Okay, good morning everybody. I welcome you to the second day of our conference, and we will start looking into new technologies in theater. Like this first session is mostly about using real-time capture and large quantities of data streaming for the performing arts, for the practice itself, for research and for education. Some ideas of reconstructing you had already seen yesterday, and we'll dive into that again today, but also the application of these approaches in teaching and in performances themselves. We will start with a presentation by Rico Royan Corpi. He's the Director of Research of the Center for Practice as Research in Theatre at the University of Tampere. He has led international research projects on technological performance and its uses in recreating the material conditions of past performances. We then have the plan to actually call in Matthew Delbridge from Melbourne University. We're still checking whether it's actually going to work. So he will be supposed to give a response to Rico, and he is actually a long-time collaborator of Rico, like as a partner in the projects. And our last speaker, I will introduce him later, will be Alex Barchiesi. So I will now give the floor to Rico with his presentation about sustainability, the life arts and learning, hybrid performances as a digital asset of theater training and research.
Thank you, Beat. It's a great pleasure to be here, and great to see you in such big numbers here. And first I'd like to give my heartfelt thanks to Donatella and all of her team for inviting me here, and for this wonderful experience at the conference, and to meet new people and conceive new ideas. And this is because I have this hypothesis that transformation of artistic processes and cultural work into more sustainable practices and institutional policies has become necessary not only because of the ecological challenges our planet faces at the moment, but also for generating more inclusive policies for current technologically driven societies. If we wish to enhance cultural, social, economic and environmental sustainability, it must be based on an inclusive ethics that affects the production, consumption, policies and education within the cultural sphere. Currently, digitalization means cultural infrastructures, environments and platforms which both facilitate and restrict inclusion within culture and the arts. Therefore, renewing the various aspects of inclusion will enable more sustainable artistic and cultural dynamics to perhaps to act as sources for reconstructions and new combinations of cultural traditions, for example. Moreover, this necessitates analysis of authorship and copyrights from the point of view of fair culture, but I'm not going to talk about them right now. Instead, I'm going to talk about our research processes leading to this hypothesis. So by using bottom-up approaches, the Center for Practice as Research in Theatre, T7, has strived to develop a critical open access insight into how ways of knowing and participation through culture and the performing arts are in transition due to changing technologies and digitalization. A central aim has been that different stakeholders, ranging from artists to decision makers to citizens, would benefit from this insight by better understanding the ubiquity and potentials of sustainable and inclusive culture and the arts in the digital and technological reformation of societies. So by employing meaningful but often transgressive interactions and experiences, I see that the performing arts remain a relevant testbed for the potentials of embodied technologies in the digital transformation of current and future societies. Their practices and theory rest on creative analysis of embodied methods that eventually may renew different aspects of perception and knowledge production. So since 2009, T7, the center led by yours truly, has engaged in studying and enhancing the convergence of live co-creation and different technologies of embodiment, mainly collaborations between Finnish and Australian universities, such as University of Queensland, Queensland University of Technology, University of Tasmania, and lately University of Melbourne. These collaborations have aimed to increase knowledge and experiential questions relevant not only for the agencies and togetherness of performers and audiences in different mediated environments and over distances, over quite big distances, but also for the ethical implications thereof. In the Nordic and Baltic countries, the use of technology is widespread, well-informed, and copiously integrated into theater productions. Consequently, practices that rest on technologies of telepresence, meaning low-latency streaming of large quantities of data, for example, and hybrid, meaning mixed reality and virtual performance, allow new questions of sustainability, inclusion, and diversity to be investigated as aspects of the use of the digital in theater training and research. The processes that digitally reframe physical performances, such as simultaneous use of sensor technologies, three-dimensional motion capture, and real-time streaming of performance data, significantly enhance the exploration of the hybrid bodies of cultural histories, exchanges, and futures. And here, theoretically, we also face problems related to adaptation to digitality and its, let's say, bodily utopias, as discussed in an analog environment by Foucault, for example, and lately by myself in a more technological environment. Or Giorgio Agamben's 2014 thoughts on human technology symbiosis as instances of slavery, and lately Timothy Morton's views on hyperobjects, the ubiquitous agents of contemporary culture, whose impact and origins are hard to detect and analyze. This paper then proposes ways to consider the potentials of sustainability in the regeneration of the performing body in digital spaces. It discusses the international and interdisciplinary workshops on sensor technologies, mocap, motion capture, and telepresence hosted by our Center T7 between 2009 and 2019. Participated by theater and media scholars, professionals, and students from the Nordic-Baltic region, Australia, mainland Europe, China, the workshops creatively access the embodied information peculiar to live use of new technologies. The aim was also to learn from the ways of manipulating the terms of physical presence in an intercultural context, and to feed the knowledge gained to future policies and practices in the performing arts training and research based on our educational findings. The results of the workshops suggest an understanding of sustainability that covers not only new, more ecological processes of research and learning in the live arts, perhaps better disconnecting them from emissions, for example, but it's really hard to get accurate data on this. This is a very difficult process. But also the role of the performing arts in building an awareness of sustainability based on embodied knowledge of cultural heritage, for example, inclusion and diversity. So the digital approaches employed in the workshops enabled the construction of hybrid notions of the performing body that emerge not only from human technology interactions, but also from reliving its diverse histories. Firstly, we may discuss the bodily utopia fostered by Foucault, the fact that, as Foucault says, the concrete body is nowhere and anywhere. It is not only, I quote, the principal actor in all utopias, unquote, but a utopia in itself, immense and inordinate, capable of devouring space and mastering the world. For practices within theater training and research, this means that the ground zero for all interaction whoops, sorry. Let's go back. Yeah. The ground zero for all interaction is the body in concretia. So the different distances and absences may meet at, within, and through the body. This is theater's ground zero for time, space, and experience, of course, where presence means the production of concrete mutuality. And I'm going the wrong way. But now I'm going the right way. Thank you. In the early workshops with sensor technologies in the DREX project from 2009-2012, the research teams of T7 strived to engage with this problematic in order to sustain the body, and therefore the idiosyncrasies of theater and the performing arts themselves, within changing environments of performing arts production and conception. Although we witness promising solutions and applications for technologically mediated and assistant experience within the performing arts, the production models that are sufficiently content-led and acknowledge the demands of artistic quality and its consequences are still very much in need of further analysis. So during the workshops, these themes were approached through interactions between the body and sensors attached to physical surfaces, as in the production City Story, to the top left from you, and the performance presentation on the ethics of virtual performance from 2010. To your right on the top. These processes were coupled with movement sensor exercises attached to speech recognition, very early versions of speech recognition technology, in the dance piece Not Named, to your bottom left, Not Named, and spatial applications designed for the Finnish Science Center Eureka in 2011, top right. However, the main thrust to understanding the performing body in new technological environments, which rests on a long and complex tradition of bodies interacting with analog and concrete psychophysical medias, arrived with our colloquium titled Virtual and Multimedial Performance Ecologies in 2012. Hold on, we're going anywhere? No. Okay. It's frozen. Did I freeze it? No, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, but hold on. Okay. Okay, yeah. Now we go. Arrived with the colloquium entitled Virtual and Multimedial Performance Ecologies in 2012, wherein our Australian supervisors Matthew Delbridge and Joan Tompkins, along with acting students from Tampere University Acting Studies, conducted real-time experiments with Shakespearean monologues, Shakespearean actor avatars, and a virtual reconstruction of the early modern Rose Theatre designed by the Australian company Ortelia in the motion capture studio of Aalto University in Helsinki. Here, the students were able to distinguish between 9 different modes of representing and using the body as a source of historical and technological information and aesthetic transformations. There were the parallel realities on screen and in the physical space, the virtual audiences, the virtual cameras ready to capture the body from any given angle, the effect the screen performance and directing it, as Matthew Delbridge did, has on the one on the physical stage, and so forth. Later, in the project BIMA between 2013 and 2014, these problematics were taken further by employing the virtual architectonics of the spaces of performance as active elements in renewing and questioning the artistic body and its qualities. Scenes from Hamlet and Ibsen's The Doll's House accompanied real-time use of virtual scenography, inspired by Edward Gordon Craig's MAT design for Hamlet, and the stage plan of the Norwegian traditional theater in finding where the body of technology, as distinct from the body of the human performer, would reside and operate in the processes of technological performance. Here, it became necessary to treat the body of technology, whether it denotes the virtual elements or avatars that enable the human body as a hybrid, meaning virtual and real entity, or the active composition of hardware and software that makes current hybrid performances possible in the first place, as something that must be acknowledged and approached as having autonomy and agency that renews our understanding of inclusion. Despite Giorgio Agamben's claim that technology mediates the human-world relationships, that is, master-world relationships, in much the same manner as human slaves did in the antiquity, or perhaps just because of this, the body of technology in creating virtual and hybrid dramaturgies and performances must be welcomed as an agent not firstly or necessarily determined or defined by the human performer, the human hyperobject. So let's take a brief look at of these BIMA workshops if the link works now. I just need to drag this. The sound.
We will go over 20 minutes if you
props to use as elements of the set. For the dancers, the virtual elements visible, and then we turn them off and they now by sound. doll's house with Helmut and Nora, where the set is an active element describing their relationship and sort of Thank you. These themes, the autonomy and the non-hierarchical status of performance technology, were taken further in the 2015-2016 workshops of the TNT, Theatre and New Technologies project, where the technologies enabling virtual and hybrid experiences served as prostheses and problematizers of both the human and the technology hyperobjects, of both of these active agents that cannot be exhaustively explained but still dominate and affect global phenomena at the moment. In the workshops titled 3D Game, based on Samuel Beckett's play Endgame, supervised again by Matt Delbridge, and creating hybrid human technology bodies through real-time mocap. Technologies of the virtual managed to renew the physical performance in the mocap volume to the extent that our hybrid clove ham, or ham clove here, in the mocap volume, played by actor-director Pekka Heikkinen in the wheelchair and acting student Tatu Sinisalo walking, combined Pekka's upper body and Tatu's lower body to produce an avatar that activated the dynamics of a walking actor for Pekka for the first time in 17 years. The technology of the virtual was able to introduce a mechanics of inclusion and functional diversity that was equally based on the body of technology and the body of the human actor. In the later workshops, The later workshops led to an international and intercultural performance project titled A Serious Talk in 2016. This short hybrid piece, written by Sigurjón Sigurjónsson and directed by Greta Ómarsdóttir, both from Iceland, was arranged via a pop-up mocap studio in Tampere University, where our motion capture performer Marketta Tikkanen was, a virtual set workshop in Stockholm in Riksteatern, where D3 virtual set designer Niklas Mulin was, and a TV studio in Lillehammer, Norway, where the director and the physical performer Björn Gisle Evensen were. Both the virtual performer, or avatar, and the virtual set were multicast as live video stream to the green room set in the TV studio, where a mixed reality performance was stitched together in real time and shot back to all of the above locations, where four separate audiences experienced not only the hybrid performance, but each other's telepresence through screens in real time. This example then concerns audiences as much as the performers, as a performance may take place as a combination of different technologies, embodiments, virtual and concrete interactions, immersive environments, distances, and simultaneities, and here we can actually finally talk about the practices of hybrid theater in the digital era. It highlights specific but recursive questions in the context of performativity that are not necessarily new. Who or what eventually constitutes a performance, and where and on whose terms does it happen? Or should we examine it on the basis of a bodily inclusive utopia à la Foucault, by establishing a completely revised conception of performance? At least the potential applications of this inclusive utopia seem to be abundant, especially in the field of performance training, as concerns teaching theater history through real-time embodied practices in virtually reconstructed venues, or using immersive awareness-building embodied environments to enhance inclusion and sustainability as the basis for intercultural teaching and research in the academia. The latter issue was tackled by our Project Platinum 2015-17, which brought 24 students plus almost 10 teachers from different disciplines: human technology interaction, cultural studies, theater studies, computer studies, media literacy, animation, screenwriting, sound studies, game studies, etc., together to design nature-based and restorative virtual environments to be used in major Chinese cities to invigorate persons with little or no contact to natural environments. These immersive designs, based on hands-on experiences of the students in Finnish and Chinese nature, strive to use the human body as the experiential ground zero for any virtual element arising from the health benefits interacting with nature offers to us, as proven by numerous studies. The human hyperobject's colonization of and alienation from nature was encountered and countered with the active role of technology in building a medium where intercultural understandings of the human-nature relationship became questioned and renewed. This approach by the student projects, which I would call inclusive and sustainable practice as research, helped to build a view on humanity that was diverse but co-equally committed to discussing environmental issues. The same intercultural and immersive method that enabled the inclusive dialogue between environmental thinking, media technology, and diverse views on the human in the Platinum Project was harnessed to serve as an artistic and specifically body-centered method of co-creation in the project Telepresence in Performance Training, which has won Times Higher Education Awards in the Arts and Humanities and Hybrid Learning categories, both in 2016 and 2018. The awards were due to rigorous interactive and embodied elaboration on Shakespeare's text in real time over the distance of almost 2,000 kilometers by acting students and teachers from Tampere and Coventry universities. This was enabled by the newest fiber optic technology and proper use of high-speed media servers. Such endeavor, combined with the commitment to find more sustainable ways to train future professionals in theater, to equip them with medias and tools that allow open access to and open data on co-created understandings of inclusion, diversity, and the sustainability based on the first two, is necessary to the point of requiring shared institutional determination, as here, between European performing arts educators to build artistic and training networks already available in the techno realm. Combined with research, as here, in our newly established Nordic Center for Digital Presence between all of the Nordic countries, there might be, you don't have to read all the text, it's just to depict what we're doing. There might be a chance to bring about a renaissance and esteem for arts research that does not have to compete with digital industries that I think, and they think, they've only just invented the human body and wish to get rid of it altogether. Theater, the hybrid art par excellence, may have more impact on future societies and their digital platforms than is currently admitted. It may do this by employing its most effective elements, the history and the evolution of the human body that is de facto the very DNA of any understanding or practice of the digital. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Riku. So I would suggest that first we'll try to get in touch with Matthew and see whether he can add his perspective to this presentation. As you have understood, Matthew has been involved in many of these projects himself in a very central role. So I'm asking our tech staff, do we have a connection to Melbourne?
Do we have Skype? Can we test it? You can take that away. You can take the presentation away. Can we test the Skype connection to Matthew?
Oh, okay.
Video, I guess.
La persona chiamata non è disponibile. Lascia un messaggio dopo il beep.
So we will try that again in about half an hour from now after the speech by Alex, but before that I would like to ask you, the audience, whether you have any questions for Riku or any comments. I will ask our tech staff to provide the microphone to the floor. Are you all shocked and speechless? So maybe then I have a... Oh, okay. Birk, go ahead. Let's see whom is citing today.
Thanks for the great presentation. I have a question regarding the stability, or let's say sustainability of the technology itself. How stable is it? I mean, can you still reconstruct your early performances that you did 10 years ago with the same technology or not?
Well, that is the problem with the body of technology, that it keeps changing all the time.
Yeah.
So it might be harder for us to reconstruct something from 10 years ago than the actual analog performances with analog technologies. Yeah, if that was your point.
Yeah, I mean, the question is if that plays a role at all, or if you say that's how it is, you know, we have to live with that for the moment.
Yeah.
Or do you change something in your technological setup to ensure that you can do it later again?
Yeah, we keep adding things, but mostly it's. So do you mean that can we preserve the exact way we did or reconstructed something, or do we need to add some technology to it? Or?
Does this question play a role at all in your setup?
Let's discuss.
Does the question play a role at all, you know?
It does, yeah, definitely. Yeah. We haven't really explored because of these basic sort of things that we've done, and they always moved on or added a level. We haven't really properly addressed the fact that how to reconstruct a thing from 10 years ago. The first Rose Theatre performances were done with a very heavy, by now ancient mocap technology. So it would be very hard to reconstruct that with an optic track system that is easy to set up in a smaller space. And that's always a problem. So we are actually, we're encountering very physical issues when virtually reconstructing physical performances. But the physical spaces always determine what we can do. So it's a problem, yeah. Does this answer at all your question? Yeah, yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah, here in the front. Please wait for the microphone because we're kind of taping the answers.
I'm Michaela Böhmig from Naples University, a former professor of Russian literature. And I want to ask, I'm really afraid that in this new technology, there's no use of the spoken word, only movement, music, and this is all. I think this is not very good.
Yeah. Well, the video that you saw was a trailer, so the music was not in the venue itself, so it was a trailer. But and there was spoken word, of course, on stage. But the problem with motion capture performances always is the spatial audio, how to reconstruct the spoken word, for example, on stage when it's coming from the mock-up volume and not from, and it's sort of at the same time in the virtual realm and in the physical realm. So, but there is a it's not going anywhere, I don't think, the spoken word on stage. I'd like to do Chekhov with motion capture, although I'm not sure how, but and I'm not sure what sort of benefit there would be, but there the spoken word is a very strong element, and so yeah, we have to keep it in mind not to take away the parallel elements of the physical actor, physical performance, and language that are sort of merging together in theater. Thank you for reminding us.
Any other reactions or comments or questions? Okay, Alex.
Riku, thanks for the wonderful presentation. After the previous comment, I was wondering what was the perception from the audience. I mean, did they get the complexity? And
well, yeah, that's a very, very sort of informative question, and answering that is really important, because the audience, mostly in the workshops, we had live audiences at the end of each workshop, and they got the complexity, but they weren't altogether sure what to sort of make out of it, whether it would be beneficial to serve as a live audience in a situation like this. And to me, as a member of the audience, because I was also that, not just supervising the people, it was very confusing. I got the complexity, and I could understand the different levels of representation and different levels of performance going on, but what's the use of it? I don't know, really. For a live audience, that's always the question. Perhaps with immersive technologies and including the audience in the virtual space itself, that brings out something more. But that's still something that we need to explore.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just add a question there. At the beginning, you talked about transferability of your experiences to other fields of society or of economy. And you also mentioned a lot of these buzzwords, like these hype topics nowadays, like diversity, inclusion, sustainability. If you were a funding agency in applied research in these other areas of application for these performing arts experiences, where would you put your money? Like, what would be like 2 or 3 main projects you would invest research funds right now?
I would definitely explore the potentials of telepresence, immersive telepresence in education in general, in an intercultural context, and to see whether there would be a more sustainable way of bringing people with diverse backgrounds and different nationalities together in real time in an educational setting, and so that it's not just Skyping some class in China, but to have a more embodied experience of being together, because I find that, and this still needs to be properly explored by research, there would be a more concrete element and experience of intercultural communication and inclusion. By inclusion, I mean here the possibility of welcoming different embodiments in virtual spaces and in digital spaces. So that would definitely be from the early childcare to the university, to university teaching, all the levels. Yeah. And using the performing arts experiences that we have gained, and using methods of the performing arts, for example. So that would help.
That would be one area. Do you have another area of research you would like to fund?
Well, definitely the exploration of intangible and the more tangible cultural heritage of theater for which we could use the virtual reconstructions, because we, for example, in the Rose Theater workshops, we were able to find these questions that have not been asked because the Rose Theater has not existed for quite some time, and it was rebuilt virtually from a blueprint and from historical documents, and that's all. We have not been able to ask the questions, how many people did they fit on stage? Marlowe's playing implies 11 people on stage at the same time, but it was a very small stage. How did they stand? Were they like packed like this? Or how did they move? You had the hell mouth, the big set element there, and so, did they see the backstage? The backstage was even smaller, and you had these huge props there in the backstage. How did they perform not to turn their backside to the king or the queen whose booth was up there? How did they move on stage? And all this needs to be explored. One problem there it might be that doing these virtual models is not cheap. Might be cheaper than when we last did it, but nowadays I haven't followed the price rate lately. But it's really expensive to do a proper reconstruction of a historical theater space and the props and everything. So, but I think it's still worthwhile. We should probably have a platform, a Theatrum Mundi perhaps, built virtually somewhere where you could have an embodied experience of an ancient theater in Greece or here in Rome, and so there are all these possibilities, and you could have you could put all the researchers there as virtual avatars to explore how people interacted in these spaces. So that would be hugely important for cultural heritage, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. That sounds very interesting. Thanks for these glimpses into future avenues for research. Is there any other question or comment? Okay, if that's not the case, I would now suggest that we move on to Alex's presentation. Alex Barchiesi, I would like to welcome you here. You studied particle physics and then kind of went into infrastructure engineering in this area, and then he switched to the cultural sphere and was working for the EPFL for a while in Switzerland as well, and he's now associate professor of new media art and informatics at the Art Academy of Rome. He's representing the consortium GAR, which is providing infrastructures for researchers in Italy, and I think he can explain a bit in more detail what he's exactly doing there.
Okay. Thanks, Britt, for the nice introduction. I'm really glad to be here. I thank Professor Gravinovic for inviting me. Basically, yeah. My institute, GAR, a few words, because in this field probably is not even mentioned, but basically it's the consortium between INFN, National Institute for Nuclear Physics, CNR, ENEA, and the CRUI for the universities. And it started supplying the physical network infrastructure mostly for particle physics 40 years ago, because they wanted to have their own infrastructure, their own fibers to transfer data between basically Bologna, Rome, etc., the university, and the main experiments around Europe and around the world through Amsterdam. So what we have and what is related to the presentation is this huge network, I mean this huge infrastructure that is over there and can be used to transfer any kind of data. And the C in front of the title of the presentation comes from my physics background. C is in physics, well, speed of light. And in the infrastructure, basically data are transferred through light. And, well, it seemed appropriate for what I'm going to talk about. In my background, there was this experience, this wonderful experience in EPFL, where we set up a lab called Sim Lab, which was at the intersection. It was a stage laboratory at the intersection between basically technology, science, and performing arts. So we were collecting whether scientists who wanted to have a PhD in a creative field or vice versa, which was more common. So artists with a strong interest in whether electronics or something related to a more so-called technological field, even if the fields, I'm a little bit against this huge, strong separation between fields. But basically, they wanted to have a PhD. I mean, they were really committed to have a PhD in EPFL into a scientific field. And that was running between 2011, well, I was running that between 2011 and 2014. Then, due to several familiar things, when I came back in Rome, and I ended up at GAR. So basically, from that background, I started elaborating this new, let's say, or different paradigm, so mixing things together. And what happened was that with this high-speed network and a renowned theater director, namely Giorgio Barberio Corsetti, we decided to experiment a little bit something that could relate to what Riku told us. So telepresence, geographically distributed performances. And I'll try to cover basically most of the things. So why, when, what, where, how, and what's going on now. So the main reason was, I mean, everything started by accident. So it happened to me to know and have a long conversation about the concept of time in quantum physics with Giorgio Barberio Corsetti, who was, I mean, who is an experimental theater director. I mean, now since few weeks is the director of Rome Theaters. Yeah. And he is still, even if he's probably the same age as my father, is still like the boy in the picture. He really likes to put his hands onto new things. He has an extreme curiosity. So we really get along together quite well. And it was trying to, I mean, after this long conversation about the concept of time and the fragmentation of let's say, reality on the point of view of a particle which moves at the speed of light, so time is perceived differently. So he really wanted to find a way to represent this into a real performance. And at that time, Professor Valente was the director of GAR, and he really wanted a case study that was not the usual nerdy, if you understand what I mean, case study, because I mean, in this field, usually things are less creative, less interesting for an audience that is, I mean, a little bit far from computing, usually. And it was really supportive for this idea of figuring out how to use the infrastructure that GAR had to support Corsetti's idea of performance. And we worked somehow, and the same thing happened when Professor Ruggeri took over from his direction. So I mean, this combined to the previous experience, both of GAR with this low latency software that is basically called Lola, and it is used to make telepresence lectures, mostly for musicians. I mean, it's focused on music, and my previous experience of SynLab, plus the attention that the first test show got from Fabrizio Grifasi, was the director, I mean the responsible director, the artistic director of Roma Europa Festival, which is an interesting festival that I strongly suggest, happening every year and growing, about basically performance and dance, I mean contemporary performance and dance, brought us the right background to start doing some work with with a distributed performance. So the idea was, from one side, to us, to me, it's important and it's interesting to challenge the creative side. So, I mean, the main idea behind SynLab was, what if I put some kind of glasses in front of a director, in front of choreographer, in front of the eyes of someone that used to look at the performing art world in a certain way, and if that glasses, the lenses, are basically made of technology that could shift a little bit his perception. So how this could change his way of doing what it usually does. And Giorgio was really, really available into doing this. And I'll show you a video where in Italian, where he will describe his perception. I mean, he was directing a performance that was happening in different locations. So, I mean, forcefully, it was connected remotely to other places. And this kind of fractalization of splitting of point of view of his way of directing was somehow one of the most interesting achievements for him. And the same thing for the actors. I mean, this is something that probably was coming also from Rico's presentation. I mean, having multiple locations, whether the actors are physical or digital, could probably bring the actor to overcome this physicality of the stage. And this is interesting as well. And from the technical side, I mean, the video operators, the responsible of the video operators was a friend of mine. After that, it was not anymore. I'm just kidding. But it was really, really nice, because having this remote symbiosis with the director, because you have different operators everywhere that not always really perceive what usually the director shouts from one side. It's also a challenging thing. And, well, to me, the technology was probably, my main point of view was on how to do that. I mean, we promised to everyone to do, that we were able to convert the GAR network for this. But at the very beginning, I had no idea. I was really confident that it was possible, but I had no idea how to do that. So, I mean, having this push from a real performance, from a real deadline that was really close to transform a technology and empower a different field was really challenging and was really enriching from my side. So, well, those are the glasses that I was mentioning. I mean, that's the idea of the glasses that I have. So it was happening between 2015 and 2016. We basically realized some sort of small show. I mean, it was a closed show. And then we were invited from Fabrizio Grifasi to a complete show inside the Roma Europa Festival of 2016. And I mean, I tried to strip from the presentation most of the technical details, but some, I mean, you will be forced into some of the details. So before that, I would like to show what was the first achievement.
E apriamo una finestra molto importante sul futuro di questo paese.
The places where, I mean, the planetarium that is more or less in front.
Per la prima volta, proprio
Palazzo
grazie
Massimo.
alla rete
And
GAR,
the
grazie
National
a questa banda
Accelerator
ultralarga,
of Frascati,
avremo la possibilità di vedere uno spettacolo
which is
molto
visible, the detector is visible
uno spettacolo
in the
dislocato
back,
in 4
and the
differenti
Colosseum.
luoghi.
and Crypta Balbi, which
Credo
is near
che
Teatro
la banda
Argentina.
ultralarga non solo è uno strumento fisico, ma diventa anche, come dire, un indicatore di civiltà.
Unfortunately, everybody speaks
Leggero.
Italian.
Leggero, come questo.
La rete GAR nasce fondamentalmente per condividere, per creare una comunità che scambia di informazioni, per creare un'attività di ricerca di tipo collaborativo.
Parte delle prove l'abbiamo passata dicendo: senti, mi ascolti, mi senti dall'altra parte, non ti sento, mi senti? E quindi è...
So this is what I was mentioning. I'll try to give you a clue. So that was the director, and I said we spent 90% of the time saying, "Oh, do you hear me? I hear you. I don't hear you." So that was the thing that I was mentioning before. So his way of directing, I mean, it was not directing people in the same space. It was directing people in the Colosseum, in the accelerator of Frascati, and in Crypta Balbi, plus the people that were with him. So
È proprio l'inizio della comunicazione.
it's the beginning of communication.
Per noi è stato abbastanza entusiasmante cominciare a sondare le possibilità di un rapporto con trasmissione a distanza e tra l'altro di trasformare questa potenzialità, questa possibilità in materiale poetico. Far questo con il GAR che unisce tra l'altro contemporaneamente dei luoghi così diversi come per esempio dei siti archeologici o luoghi della ricerca, in questo caso Frascati e il sincrotrone, per me era estremamente interessante.
Dimostrare quanto questi strumenti possono essere fondamentali per avvicinare il mondo della ricerca, il mondo dei fruitori di massa agli straordinari contenuti che il nostro patrimonio culturale possiede e che richiedono soltanto di essere elaborati.
La diretta, la non diretta, la compresenza, la presenza nel tempo ma non nello spazio, lo spazio altro che diventa lo stesso spazio, eccetera, sono entrati in gioco e hanno creato, diciamo, un'emozione, no?
Le tecnologie che oggi in qualche modo il GAR ha messo a disposizione renderanno possibili servizi, fruizioni dei beni culturali che nel passato era impossibile, ma è veramente impossibile.
Per la vedere la presentazione, allora qua adesso ti metto lo slide di...
Quello che vedrete stasera, che vedrete tra un po', è un esempio proprio di questa capacità di interconnessione che offre il GAR, la possibilità di far suonare in posti diversi, componenti diversi di una banda.
The music was live, but played from two different points.
Il momento più bello è stato quando tutto si è messo in moto. Tu vedevi che tutti quanti trovavano il loro posto, ognuno di noi diventava parte di qualcosa che non avevamo però ancora visto. Ho avuto una sensazione che era l'annullamento dello spazio e la nascita del tempo.
Sembra smarrito, poverino. Ecco a voi l'uomo moderno.
Mi son perso. D'un tratto sono finito in questa strada oscura, come se fossi sprofondato nel cuore della terra.
Osserviamo cosa fa. Sentiamo cosa dice il mio figlio esemplare.
Ha anche la possibilità di toccare, di avere a che fare con quello che è la nostra storia, cioè l'Europa, l'archeologia, i monumenti, l'arte. Tra l'altro per questo mi sono divertito a creare una specie di spettacolo allegorico, come si faceva nel Rinascimento, con dei personaggi che erano anche delle idee, dei concetti. Quando c'era una commissione.
Io conosco il tuo nome, ma voglio sentirlo dire da te.
Adesso mi metto a urlare, a cantare a squarciagola di fronte ai turisti. Di fronte a voi urlo che è finita!
Ehi, stai calma, non ti agitare, guarda che si può parlare anche pacatamente.
Io sono la furia. Adesso prendo le vesti della rabbia fredda, ragionata, strategica. Io sono il buio.
Okay. So, let's go back. Oops, sorry. Whatever. Okay, so basically, as I mentioned before, there was some kind of early approach. So the thing that you saw was the first experiment, and we made several choices that are more dictated from the time frame, the hurry. They were refined in a second phase. But to give you an idea of the thing that you saw, basically there were these 4 locations. One was the accelerator of Frascati, the Colosseum, Crypta Balbi, and the planetarium right in front of Palazzo Massimo. And overall there were 3 projectors, 5 cameras, and of course some projection screen. But the thing that I'm most interested to tell you is there were 10 computers and 13 technical people, 6 from GAR, by the way, out of, I mean, to support basically 6 actors and musicians. And there was only one audience. There was only one place from where, one point of view from where to see the show itself. The thing was achieved for the technical people out there partially through streaming, so an L3 level of audio-video transmission, which is the one that is used by Lola, for instance. I mean, all in all, this is absolutely not suitable for small companies, and it does not scale at all. And also, as a side note, my director told me that it was not possible to involve 6 people for a 7-day replica of a show because it was not going to pay for that. So basically, the second turn, when Fabrizio Grifasi came to GAR to discuss together with Giorgio what could be an interesting angle to an interesting frame for the Rome Europa Festival, we decided to multiply a little bit the challenges and add a different point of view for the audience, which is kind of natural, but it was kind of difficult, I mean, given what we said about the technicians and the director. But the thing was approached more, let's say, how to say, scientifically. So basically we made a long field research of the technology available, and we tested almost everything. And what happened, I will show you the video in a moment, but basically with a bunch of people, we figure out that small boxes, that are boxes like this, have only 2 milliseconds delay in transmitting the signals, and they can reach 100 kilometers of optical fiber. They can illuminate 100 kilometer optical fibers. And this, I mean, the bet was that they could be coupled with the infrastructure. And they were possible to be coupled. This is the cabling. So basically, there were 4 yellow bricks, like I like to call them, in each place. And for the audio, we rely on the previous solution. I mean, I can understand that this could not mean that much to people that are not technical, but basically, I mean, to make you understand, the data are transmitted and encapsulated into boxes. And the more you encapsulate, the slower you move the data. So instead of finding another box to put all these audio video signals inside and then figure out how to transmit super fast, we basically decided to get rid of the boxes and step down on the layer of the optical fibers and transmit light. Because, I mean, the special thing of GAR was that we control the optical fibers. We own them. We can do mostly what we want, well, roughly. And the trick was to change the frequency of light, so not to interact with the data transfer of, also of Palazzo Massimo, because the infrastructure is the same. So the people who were continuing to work, and their computers were connected, but there was another lambda in technical terms that was running and transmitting all this data. And this allowed us to, well, these are a few numbers about the testings. What I would like to mention, apart of all the graphs, is, I mean, the image on the bottom right, the green dots are the GAR centers. So basically, I mean, from Rome, we can program the data to come out from any one of that dots. So we can connect any dots. And the delay to transfer the data basically is, I mean, between 3 and 5 milliseconds, which is not perceivable from the human eye. The bottleneck for low budget use is the camera. I mean, it's always the camera. The camera introduced, and we didn't consider at the very beginning, but then we realized that we needed super high speed frame rate cameras, which were used from Lola, actually, fortunately. So the camera, the normal camera, an HD camera, could add between 100 and 150 milliseconds of delay, which is absolutely perceivable. I mean, after 10, you can say that something is not in sync. By the way, as I said, this was the second test. It's a summary of what happened. And what was needed was also to to cable some parts of the infrastructure. So real optical fibers were passed from here, from the planetarium, to connect to Palazzo Massimo infrastructure actually, and then to there.
Quando abbiamo fatto la prima esperienza, cioè la nave Argo, io ho avuto chiaramente l'impressione che si era messo in moto qualcosa che il pubblico ha percepito.
I laboratori che sono stati svolti al GAR ha permesso soprattutto ai ragazzi di conoscere appunto quello che sta dietro a quello che poi solitamente è il prodotto finale, che è uno spettacolo.
What I forgot to mention is that basically, I mean, because we had more time, we were more structured, we involved also the university with Professor Valentina Valentini from La Sapienza, and she decided to involve all of her students. So the class of that year was on the work, on the stage. And so it kind of fertilized an entire ecosystem. So there were students studying this kind of thing, reflecting on this thing, I mean, philosophically, technically, and I mean, that was an interesting achievement, actually.
Però ne parliamo con voi, probabilmente voi trovate altro.
Noi possiamo andare. This is a show off of the scene.
È il contrabbasso che ti sta arrivando. Grossi problemi.
They'll try and convince you that you need to. Don't need to do the sense, it's not your day, yeah.
E tu, Europa, di lì dove sei non puoi far nulla.
Che succede? Chi è che urla?
È la furia! È lì da voi! Fate attenzione!
Ovunque, Europa, veniamo da te, a falciare come in un campo di grano.
Se avete imparato da noi, avete già fallito.
So the most important result is this. It worked. It worked flawlessly, and it worked mostly unattended. So there were 0 GAR technicians for 7 days replica. And we reduced also the number of computers, etc. So basically we were one step forward towards an infrastructure that is like the network infrastructure for GAR. I mean, there is a supervision, but mostly the infrastructure is there and can be used. I mean, you can connect and use it. Connect 1, 2, 3 endpoints and theaters, given that the network reaches, or places. I mean, Rome is a wonderful place because there were some illuminated minds. One just reached us, Mirella, thanks for coming, who really pushed to connect the archaeological, the heritage sites of the city with these high-speed fibers. And one of the places is Crypta Balbi, which you saw in the previous video. So given that you have this kind of infrastructure, you can easily and transparently, from the technician point of view, use that thing to put together a geographically distributed performance. And as I was saying, it fertilized an entire ecosystem because this university and students were involved, and there were critics writing because it wasn't a festival, so it caught a lot of attentions, and so on and so forth. The video operator worked differently, so I mean, different points of view as well. And we presented also in a more geeky location, which was the GAR conference of 2016. It's time, yeah. Okay, so basically now we're focusing on an educational project called DARE, that is Dance Research, to transfer both the scientific concept and the technology, the available technology. So to make people that are in the field, the creative people, to know that there is some tool and they can use. It's primarily important, because if you don't know, I mean, you can only draw with a pencil if you know a pencil, but if you know that there is something else, you can try to experiment probably. I mean, that's what future. And I close with this. There are plenty of evolution from here. What I would really, really love to see is, since this Internet of something is a buzzword of now, I would like to see an Internet of theaters. So rethinking the theater, distributed as a network of interconnected location. So all toward the stage of Shakespeare could really be something physically declined into an infrastructure. And I mean, just for fun, we try to put a 3D live video. We already did, and well, it's working. It's basically 2 videos, and well, the other things are more technical. So the framing, etc., is more for technical people. And yeah, if it's time, otherwise I have a short video of comments.
I would rather take questions, I think.
Okay, better.
Thank you very much, Alex, for these very exciting insights into the use of technology in theater, but also into the further development of these important network infrastructures. I would like now also give you, the audience, the opportunity to ask questions, to make comments. Do we have a microphone?
Excuse me, I remember Tosca in the place of Tosca. It was such a very earlier experiment, because I remember something that director guided the singers in different places. So it was in Sant'Andrea delle Fratte, and in other place, because they did this in the place, real place of the Tosca opera.
Okay.
So I remember something. This very earlier than your experiment might be. I don't know.
Well, actually, I'm not aware of this in particular, but there were previous experiments, of course. The different thing is that in this case, basically, the thing happening in the location were really simultaneous. I mean, few milliseconds of delay of transmission is basically like, I mean, we can have a conversation, and the actors were improvising from one side to the remote one, which was amazing. The same thing for the musicians. I mean, the 2 musicians improvised for the overall performance, being one here in the planetarium and the other one in Frascati. So I think this is the main difference. I mean, the technology now is ready to allow you to basically connect the places, not like before. I mean, with a lot of delay. This is live. This is real-time live. Yeah, probably.
Any other questions? Yeah, Riku.
Thank you, Alex, for the very, very intriguing paper. Such fine works you've done. I'm amazed and very pleased that we're in the same line of business. Sort of with telepresence performance. This is not perhaps a question, but sort of a thought that we might elaborate on. You were talking about the actors overcoming physicality in the performance or in the performances, and I was just wondering whether embracing physicality even more would help us to overcome the digital, the body of the digital itself. We were talking about latencies. We recently did a show between Miami and in Florida and Tampere, and the latency was so big that we had to play this Raikuder type of guitar as music because it doesn't sort of it doesn't interrupt the flow of the performance, but the dialogue needs to be really slow back and forth with that latency. The latency to Lillehammer was 17 milliseconds, and again, that's doable with a slow dialogue, but not with a symphony orchestra sort of. But isn't this something that we need to more concentrate on the physical performance itself to overcome the digital, rather? How would you react to this sort of line of thought?
That's somehow a never-ending, debate, and I partially agree. But my role in this case is to make people aware of a technology and to make it as transparent as possible to the creative people. And then it's their own job to decide if they want to stress the physicality and make the technology not work, which is something that we discussed in the process. I mean, we spent a long time together, so at some point there were some kind of problems in the music stream. So the two musicians realized that they needed to play differently. So they absolutely didn't wait for each other, because otherwise the delay would mount and increase and destroy completely the performance itself. So this kind of switches into the way of playing, of the way of perceiving your activity is the thing that interests me. And where I find technology interesting, not in the show-off of technology itself. I mean, we need to talk about delays and milliseconds just because we are describing a technology, but it's not the technology itself that interests me.
Yeah, I can understand that. Thank you for the answer, because what we've done is we always want the actress and the other or the artist to break the technology. We want them to take it to the limit with their physical performance. So,
and to do that, they should basically have it like a glass, transparent. They should not worry about it. They just have to use it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thank you.
So I have also a question for maybe both of you. You both kind of described this relationship, long-term relationship with actors, or like between artists and technological people who are maybe more even interested in developing technology than in implementing performing arts performance or something. What would you describe as the important preconditions or the success factors that need to be fulfilled for such a long-term cooperation to be fruitful? Like, I'm thinking also about, like, for example, if I went to my own institution, to the theater department, when would you think we could try to engage in such an endeavor, and when would you say, well, this is not going to work?
I would say one of the most important things to me is to have, an ecosystem that is a mixed one. So if this thing comes only from technicians, it will never achieve anything, and vice versa. I mean, having a group of people really committed to achieve something new, to add this small bit to the knowledge, let's say, globally, is something important. I mean, what I figure out is that there is this multilateral fertilization of new ideas when you enlarge the discussion to people that do not belong to your field. And this is what was happening basically at the very beginning with Corsetti and his video maker and so on. And that's the same thing that we try to achieve in SynLab. So if you want to decline into something really concrete, I would say, first of all, some money to put together a good collaboration, and then a mixed background group of people.
I found this Tosca, and it's 1992, and it was live in 4 different places, and the orchestra director was in another place, and he directed all with the TV, with the TV. So there was.
What's the name of the director? What's the name of the director?
No, here is not the name, but I think I can find.
Okay.
The director is, but I don't know who is the orchestra. The video, but the orchestra director. How do you say? The orchestra. So what is the name? We say director, il direttore d'orchestra.
The conductor? Okay.
He conducted from a different place, and in the hour, Saint-Angel Castle and Farnese Palace, and it was made in the same hour of the drama, of the opera.
Okay.
So in the same places.
I see.
It is very interesting because
it is.
An old area.
Yeah, an initial. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You are very young, so you can.
No, but we try to do our homework and we researched the previous experiments. But this one I didn't know. Thank you.
So Rico would like to add also.
Yeah, just to the question that you presented to both of us, I was hugely pleased and interested in the idea of IOTH, Internet of Theatre, and we should definitely keep our connections up for talking about that. And I'd like to contact you with our studio manager Matthias Palo, who's our telepresence wizard at Tampere University. So
that would be great.
And we're currently planning and doing infrastructure development for telepresence performance in our university. So I'd very much like to sort of get more information on GAR and how you're operating. So
that would be great.
So this is definitely something that we should be developing and getting the money for.
Yeah. That usually helps.
Yeah. So you can send in donations after the panel.
Okay, great. So, any donations or comments? Should we try another time with Matthew?
Thank you.
Okay, let's start this second session. This is more focused on digital aspects, digital assets of performing art. I'm pleased to introduce you Alexander Cheporov from St. Petersburg State Theater Academy, Russian theater historian, theorist and critic. He's a recipient of Konstantin Stanislavski Award in 2008 and an honored artist of the Russian Federation. He's received his PhD in 1984, his habilitation in 2006. He was appointed professor at the Theatre Studies Department in 1989. He was Dean of the Theatre Studies Department from 1989 to 2005. He was director of the St. Petersburg Theatre Academy, Russian State Institute of Performing Art. And the title of his talk is The Way of Documental Digital Reconstruction of Historical Scenic Text.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, my topic devoted to the reconstruction of the historical theater event. How we could present the data about reflecting the historical theater events, the theater texts of the past. So I will, based on two reconstructions, on two works, networks that was organized by St. Petersburg Theatre Academy, the Technical University, and Alexandrinsky National Theatre. It is the eldest theatre of Russia that is situated in St. Petersburg. And I will talk about two networks based on the reconstructing process of the theater texts of the past. It is famous theater events in not only in the history of Russian theater, but also in the international field. The first is the failure of first performing of Chekhov's Seagull in 1896. That had the place at Alexandrinsky Theatre. It was before Moscow Art Theatre was established, and it was the first attempt to realize on the stage Chekhov's texts, Chekhov's innovations, and it had so very keen situation with the theater at that time. It was called the famous failure of the Seagull. So, and we reconstruct the failure. So this was our aim, that was our attempt, and not to understand what had happened in Alexandrinsky Theatre on 17th of October 1896. All the documents, all the materials, iconography, scenic texts, setting papers, props, all the photos, periodicals, all the materials were brought together in order to recreate this historical event. And I will guide you through the website that devoted to this event, that represents from one side, it represents all the materials that exist in different places devoted to this event. First of all, it is setting papers, the original Chekhov texts with director's remarks, then the photos of, it is very few photos that is kept in the theatre museum, but some materials devoted to the set of this production, then the mise-en-scène of this production that was reflected in the directing score of this performance, the photos of actors that play the main roles, the main character that create the main characters, and then all the periodicals that is reflected this event, this scandal event. Then we took together all the memoirs that also reflect these events, the letters of the participants of this event, the materials of censorship from the State Russian Historical Archive. So we put all these materials together, and this is our aim. We reconstruct, make the pictures of this production that can visualize the image of this performance, episode by episode, second by second. We illustrate every replic, every word of Chekhov's play, how it is performed on the stage. So this is our aim, to make this detailed visual reconstruction. We think how we could do it. If we could do the simple animation in three-dimensional space, but after very keen discussions, we decide not to make the animation as itself, but make the series of discrete pictures that represent every moment when the mise en scène, the positions of the heroes on the stage, changed. According to the words of the heroes, according to various effects that was created by the director. So we make not the animation, but slide film. We did it for all 4 acts of Chekhov's play, and we could present this event not with the first idea was to ask actors to recite the text, but then we cancelled this idea because it could make another way of interpretation. And in this case, we want to push the imagination of the spectator, of that persons who are working with this material. So it based on the document materials, based on the data, and then on the spectators' imagination, theater imagination. This is 2 parts of this recreation. This is 2 parts of the reconstruction. Now I will guide you through this website that exists several years. It was done in 2017 when we have the big conference devoted to Chekhov's dramaturgy on a Russian stage in St. Petersburg in Alexandrinsky Theater. So this is Seagull, the multimedia reconstruction. I will translate the multimedia reconstruction of theatrical event. First of all, it consists of various fields, and you see myself here. So who explain this this network, the methods, the approach that we used in this project, and the methods of researching of these different kinds of these documents. First of all, we could go to the play. This is about the play. This is the unique director's copy that is kept in the collection of St. Petersburg Theatre Library. It is this copy reflects the director's remarks, the schemes of the mise-en-scène, according to which we create every episode. We can reconstruct every episode of this performance. Here you can see also the extracts of the memoirs of the people who took part in this process, the friends of Chekhov, officials, and the letters between Chekhov and other figures important and who took part in this process. You see here the pages of this director's score, or director's copy, with the director's remarks. And here you can see all the materials and letters from Chekhov to the censorship officials, and from the censorship officials to Chekhov. This is all the materials about the play. Then we could have all the documents about the production as itself. So here you can see the poster of the first performance, and then all the characters and the actors who play in this performance. Every character, you see Antonina Dyuzhikova, who played Arkadina, Roman Apollonsky, who played Treplev, Vladimir Davidov, who played Sorin, Vera Komissarzhevskaya, the outstanding Russian actress, who played Nina Zarechная. So, and according to the tradition of the time, the actors played the modern play, the contemporary play, without in their own costumes, without any transformation to the character. So we could use these photos as the portraits of the heroes. So we use this material, these photos, as the base of the reconstruction of the hero figures of the performance. So you see all the cast, and the material about how Chekhov and the director made the casting of this play. So we can see here the texts about how it was made at that time. Then, at last, we could come to the reconstruction itself. So, here we can see 3 acts of this performance. The visual reconstruction of this production. We can go to the first act. This is the picture that was constructed from the different details of typical set that is used in the imperial theaters at that time. We construct as Lego this model from the different models that was exist, and we have the photos and we have the sketches of these trees, of this horizon, of the this is the lake, and then we can put it on that places in 3-dimensional model of the Alexandrinsky stage, exactly at that places that was marked in set papers. So we recreate the decor, we recreate the set of the first act. Then we combine this recreating set with the directing marks, with the mise-en-scène that was marked in the directing score, and try to make the figures of the heroes to move along this mise-en-scène that was marked by the director. So you can see the heroes appears, and at the bottom of this model we can see the text of Chekhov, episode by episode. So you can see how it changed, and during this this reconstruction we could analyze the composition of the action, the manner of interpreting by the director the different collisions, the different situations in the performance. So we could make this analytic work. So we did with the third action. For example, it is the box set that was used by the director, and with specific details that was accurately represents Chekhov's remarks. So also we could do all the act. I will show you the some changes here, and then the last third act, in which we could present the final scene, the final episode. Also, step by step, it represents this mise-en-scène and this visual reflection of this performance. It is the first way that we used. We did this reconstructive work And the next approach, the next idea that I will demonstrate you, it is the famous production by Vsevolod Meyerhold. It is the Lermontov's Masquerade that was staged in 1917 in Alexandrinsky Theater. This production was in run about 30 years, up to the Second World War. In this case, we have a lot of photos, a lot of details. It is about 1,000 sketches of Alexander Golovin, the designer. And we have the artifacts of this performance in the collection of Alexandrinsky Theater, the costumes, the decors, the props, the furniture. We have the musical score that was made by Alexander Glazunov. This score that was used during all these 500 performances. So we also took it together, but we made half an animation, so only very carefully, because it is the danger to make the picture film. So it's not our aim. Our aim is to make a model. And make a model to the material for analytic work, not the toy, not the game for environment. So it's only the way of creating the material for theater studies analysis. So I will go to the another site, and I will show you some things. Please help me. How to go to this presentation? No, not the presentation. The film. Yeah, the program is. It combines several things: the three-dimensional visual image, then so you see the three-dimensional model of Alexandrinsky Theater. You can see that it is not. So you can walk along this theater. You see all the theater, but without the spectators. But so we go to the beginning, and then all the episodes of this production. We could go through them. It is the overture of. This musical score is the basic for Meyerhold's production. Meyerhold make the scenic symphony score. It is like an opera, dramatic opera. So it's the first episode in the card playing house. So we could follow all this production. So we see the decor of the and how you see the masquerade curtain appears, and we see how the masquerade heroes appears on the stage, and the main heroes appears in front of the stage. It is Arbenin and Prince Zvezdich. Intermediaries was staged by Meyerhold. It has several intermedia in the intermediaries in this intermissions in this act. It is played on the proscenium. You see in the front, Nina appears. Unknown hero, magic person. And all the persons staged on their original, in their original positions. So the second episode is finished, and then it goes to the another episode, very dramatic and intimate episode. And here we made that never repeat at all. So it's very dangerous thing, the animation of the hero, when we used the audio tape of the actor's speech. This is very funny episode.
Ну вот, и вечер кончен. Как я рад. Пора хотя на миг забыться. Весь этот пестрый сброд, весь этот маскарад еще в уме моем кружится.
We have the audio tape of several episodes, not all the performance, but several episodes. It is the episode in Salon of Baroness Strahl with piano music. So the actors appears. This is dramatic episode, and then it was finished by the musical moment.
сначала все хотел, потом все презирал
Here we
я,
didn't use the animation
то
as
сам
itself.
себя
It
не
is the
понимал
another way
я,
of,
то
comparing
мир
the,
меня не понимал.
outer
На
tape
жизнь
and,
я своей узнал печать проклятия и холод на заклопятие для чувств и счастья земли.
All this reconstruction is based on the original sketches by Alexander Golovin that was represented in the 3D. And we have the real measures of the stage, so we could even go to the off stage. This is also the episode in the play card house. In this case, we could So that is, you may have the idea what it is, what this reconstruction is. So we made several projects. We organized the several projects like this. This was based only on the documents, on the data in different museums, libraries, and collections. So our idea is to take it together. So we have the problem is what we have to preserve, because the theater event of the past, it is nothing. It is nothing. We are researching nothing. We couldn't take it in its materiality. We couldn't feel it in its materiality. We could research on the reflections, on different artifacts, on different fragments of this event. But our idea is to put it together and to make it work. To make it work in order to recreate, not to imitate. It is the wrong way, I think. But recreate it in its unity. Because different reflections are represented in different collections, in different cities, in different countries. For example, some materials about performances of Mariinsky theater is in France, in Germany, in Great Britain, so in different countries, because people traveled, because people moved, and these documents should be gathered together, should be brought together in order to recreate this theatrical event in its unity, in its and to the most important thing in this recreation is the imagination of the researcher. So, and how it to put together and how to create the atmosphere of this event. It was very funny thing that when many years ago, when I began to lecturing the theater history in Theater Academy, the actors, the young people, asked me, "You only speak something, several pictures, but how it was, how this performance goes, what it is, where we could see it." I say, you couldn't see it. It's the performance of the past. It's only legends. So, but at that time, I think that it is very important to make not imitations, but analytical models. When I made this model of Masquerade, it gives me such ideas about the scenic composition of Meyerhold, how he make its how he coordinate these different tools of different things, music, so choreography, so drama, how he made it in united score. And many answers for these questions I receive after this reconstruction. This is analytical work as itself. And I think our aim is to make the access to theatrical data in its unity, make the access to the library of such reconstructions, of such models. And we have already in Alexandrinsky Theatre about 10 or 12 models of different productions. And it is very useful, I think. And our aim is to make the website with the library of these models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring and interesting speech, of course. Let's go with the second presentation from Maria Grazia Berlangeri, research fellow at teaching fellow at Sapienza University of Rome. Since 2005, person in charge of archive of Centro Teatro Ateneo, professor of digital image processing and educational coordinator of the master program in 3D animation, compositing and performance animation techniques at the Sapienza University of Rome, professor of phenomenology and contemporary arts at the Istituto Europeo di Design, Rome. And the title of the speech is Source, Data, Metadata, Theoretical Documents and Digital Remediation.
Grazie, buongiorno. Grazie a Donatella per avermi invitato. Oggi parleremo, io mi sono occupata anch'io di 3D e motion capture, però oggi vengo a parlare diciamo di una decennale esperienza con gli archivi delle performing arts, in quanto ho avuto la fortuna o la sfortuna di lavorare in 2 progetti enormi, diciamo per investimento. Uno è ECLAP, di diversi insomma, migliaia di euro investiti dalla Comunità Europea, e attualmente lavoro su un ERC che si chiama In Common e che ha un investimento di 1,5 milioni di euro in 5 anni. Quindi diciamo dei progetti molto grandi, ma sostanzialmente diversi, che un po' marcano anche 2 approcci diversi e anche una certa evoluzione di come può essere un archivio delle performing arts. E infatti io vengo qui più per porre domande, perché lavorare su questo argomento certamente non dà risposte certe, nel senso gli approcci possono essere tanti e tutti molto interessanti, un ultimo l'abbiamo visto per esempio adesso, però ci sono ancora tante domande irrisolte. Io parto appunto da una domanda, cioè che cos'è oggi un archivio? Perché? Perché dichiaro subito le mie intenzioni. Io vedo un archivio stesso come un documento aperto, non un documento chiuso. Il mio approccio è, diciamo, è prettamente, da una parte avendo un PhD in Digital Technology for Performing Arts, ma d'altro canto anche nasco storica sostanzialmente, e questo è un peccato da cui non facilmente ci riesce a redimere. Chiaramente un approccio, io mi riferisco soprattutto alla storiografia francese, quindi innanzitutto come riferimento alla metodologia di Bloch. Perché dobbiamo porci che cos'è un archivio? Perché dobbiamo porci la domanda che cos'è un archivio oggi? Perché così come uno storico ogni volta che trova una fonte diversa, una fonte nuova, deve rimettere in discussione e riattivare le precedenti fonti, partendo dal presupposto che sto dicendo appunto che io guardo un archivio come un documento aperto, allo stesso tempo noi oggi ci dobbiamo chiedere come possiamo, che cos'è un archivio e come possiamo costruire un archivio nell'età contemporanea, perché oggi siamo in una rivoluzione digitale che ha cambiato completamente il paradigma di visione, di utilizzo, di accesso all'informazione. E noi abbiamo un'enorme responsabilità, essendo degli studi anche di nicchia, abbiamo un'enorme responsabilità di portare le fonti storiche nel contemporaneo e se possibile anche nel futuro. Per cui diciamo negli ultimi 10 anni il concetto di fonte, che nel tempo con la rivoluzione digitale si è trasformato in data, il problema dei metadati, del modello dei metadati, e poi la rimediazione digitale di questi dati sono stati dei problemi su cui ho sbattuto la testa per tanto tempo, ahimè senza trovare una risposta definitiva. E cercherò di spiegarvela attraverso questi 2 grandi progetti, come vi dicevo, differenti. Oggi non vi parlerò di ECLAP volendo approfondire i metadati, non vengo qui diciamo, per entrare nell'analisi del modello dei metadati, non mi interessa in questo speech, ma appunto di guardarlo a distanza anche di diversi anni, un progetto che è stato antisignano, forse anche l'unico come investimento economico e come quantità di fonti che abbiamo digitalizzato e pubblicato e prima metadatato. E ECLAP nasceva come diciamo, la riunione di diversi centri di ricerca e di archivi, sono stati insomma, messi insieme e si è avviata una massiva attività di digitalizzazione, anche se non era questo il focus del progetto, ma come al solito eravamo in ritardo come italiani, non avevamo sfruttato le call della digitalizzazione, quindi abbiamo metadatato e digitalizzato insieme, e questo è un limite, perché così come le fonti, quando uno fa il proprio lavoro naturale, di storico, la fonte in qualche modo va depositata sul contesto, e così quando tu lavori sulla rimediazione del documento della fonte, la fonte non è più la stessa una volta digitalizzata, in qualche modo viene cambiata, no? Si dice in digitale convertito, cioè convertire significa cambiare natura a qualcosa, a un oggetto. Vi ho portato degli screenshot di ECLAP. ECLAP quindi è stato un contenitore, diciamo una sorta di archivio in qualche modo anche gerarchico, no? Un database gerarchico, in cui abbiamo collezionato migliaia e migliaia di items, migliaia, diversissimi, per contenuti, per formati, e per formati intendo sia formati di supporti digitali, pellicola, VHS, tutti i formati diciamo degli anni '80 ai formati digitali, per cui c'è stato un lavoro enorme di raccordo tra la digitalizzazione di questi formati, la traduzione, la metadatazione, eravamo in tanti, oggi rivedo dei colleghi con cui abbiamo lavorato anche in sala. E secondo me tra gli aspetti più positivi di questo progetto, che ha senz'altro dei limiti, lo dobbiamo riconoscere, e senz'altro quello che io ritengo veramente più significativo di questo progetto è stata la metadatazione, perché per la prima volta c'erano degli studiosi di teatro che in qualche modo avevano anche prodotto quei materiali, perché noi abbiamo lavorato, io ho lavorato al Centro Teatro Ateneo, per cui c'era ancora viva tutto l'ambiente che aveva prodotto quei video, tutti i professori, anche gli artisti viventi che avevano collaborato all'arricchimento di quell'enorme archivio. E quindi ritengo che un enorme lavoro che abbiamo fatto è stato proprio quello della metadazione, perché come vi dicevo per la prima volta degli studiosi di teatro, per quanto alcuni di noi appunto avevamo un dottorato in tecnologie digitali per la ricerca sullo spettacolo, per cui eravamo queste figure di mezzo che stavamo in diversi ambiti, avere la possibilità, la ricchezza di informazioni ancora vive e le competenze per descrivere, analizzare quei materiali, secondo me è stato, diciamo, ed è tuttora, rimane una ricchezza che in qualche modo andrebbe recuperata, perché poi quando parliamo di oggetti digitali uno dei grandi problemi è poi questi enormi progetti mantenerli in vita, perché calcolate che soltanto al CTA avevamo raggiunto come capienza di terabyte, perché poi avevamo digitalizzato anche in alto formato 70 terabyte, e backuppare 70 terabyte di materiali richiede un enorme investimento che infatti poi non abbiamo avuto, e anche backuppare tutto questo patrimonio di metadati, di lavoro, anche questo appunto l'obsolescenza della tecnologia, dei processi, è un problema che ci dobbiamo porre. Per questo vi dico, abbiamo un'enorme responsabilità, non solo concepire l'archivio, ma anche concepire un percorso che lo mantenga attivo, vivo, che è un enorme problema. Vi faccio vedere velocemente appunto quali erano i campi dei metadata. Questo è sul il sito ECLAP, che è ancora online, anche se diciamo l'accesso non è semplicissimo, perché finiti i finanziamenti appunto uno dei problemi è stato mantenere diciamo aggiornato tutta la piattaforma. Ma quello che voglio raccontarvi è che dietro questo i campi che poi potete trovare su Europeana per esempio o sul sito ECLAP, dietro c'era un lavoro ancora più dettagliato, cioè le nostre schede di metadazione erano ancora più dettagliate. Le colleghe hanno fatto un lavoro poi di mappatura, non tutto quello su cui abbiamo lavorato poi è andato diciamo online. E per cui vi faccio vedere velocemente alcune screenshot che vogliono essere solo degli spunti per invece parlare, per criticare questo progetto. Ci trovavamo, se voi fate una ricerca, quindi ci troviamo di fronte a migliaia, davvero migliaia di items. Una ricerca classica, potete cercare per nome e per spettacolo, eccetera, e vi compaiono tantissime risorse. E il sito aveva degli strumenti anche antisegnani, se volete, per il periodo, no? E per cui c'era un name mining manager, si poteva fare, c'era un social graph che va molto, tuttora molto di moda, dopo ne parliamo, una timeline su cui si poteva vedere appunto negli anni diciamo la densità dei documenti per anno. E uno strumento antisegnano per esempio era My Story Player, la cui struttura, ci riflettevo proprio preparando questo paper, non è molto diversa da invece uno molto più recente che è Pacemaker di Motion Bank. Se guardate, questo è un progetto di Foresight, un software che hanno elaborato con Motion Bank, che è di annotazione, diciamo, serve per annotare le variazioni coreografiche sostanzialmente. Come vedete la struttura, che poi è molto simile a tanti app, diciamo a tante app di video annotation, per esempio per dire qualcosa di molto contemporaneo, YouTube per molto tempo ha avuto anche questa possibilità, anche se poi adesso inspiegabilmente ha tolto questa funzione e dirottata su altri strumenti. Però come vedete sostanzialmente è passato quasi un decennio, ma diciamo il tool è quasi simile, c'è una timeline di fondo, accanto la possibilità di vedere le varie parti, di caricare i vari items e la possibilità di annotare. Arriviamo alla criticizzazione. Quando ci troviamo di fronte a tante risorse, molto spesso la difficoltà è che devi sapere che cosa cerchi. E quindi un altro problema che si pone è un archivio soprattutto per addetti ai lavori. Devi sapere esattamente cosa cerchi e non sempre neanche è facile, se sai cosa cerchi, di individuare la fonte. E questo è un problema che si ripropone, diciamo, in tanti progetti, cioè la moltitudine appunto di informazioni, di documenti diversi richiede una complessità anche poi nel renderli accessibili. È un problema non semplice da risolvere, cioè mantenere questa complessità è difficile. È difficile anche trovare gli strumenti che facciano da interfaccia. Il metadata per esempio lo è, ma non assolve del tutto un'interfaccia che medi la complessità della fonte, che può essere una fonte teatrale, che faccia da interfaccia con l'apparato tecnologico. Non è semplice. Come faccio a tramutare, ci penso ogni giorno, per esempio un'esperienza recente e degli ultimi mesi, 12 ore di interviste ininterrotta con Quartucci, faccio un esempio, senza mangiare, senza bere, senza andare in bagno, e come faccio a tradurre la complessità di quel dialogo? Posso fare una registrazione audio, lo pubblico, faccio una registrazione video, la pubblico, ma anche nell'intervista di uno storico a un teatrante, anche quando entriamo sulla fonte, il problema di liveness si ripropone, perché non si riduce a un'intervista scritta quello che passa il performer in quel momento, perché ci sono tanti strati che richiamano la memoria, che va avanti e indietro, che si chiude in se stessa, tanti contesti che la persona che sta intervistando ti richiama, per cui anche quando si fanno delle interviste, per esempio, il problema di liveness e quindi di tradurre questa liveness si ripropone, io ritengo. E infatti, che cosa dice Lemmanovic? Lemmanovic non in particolare su ECLAP, ma analizzando Europeana sostanzialmente, dice una cosa sostanzialmente, dice non sempre la ricchezza e la varietà significano comprensione. Perché è vero che noi ci possiamo anche rivolgere a un pubblico specializzato, è ovvio che è il nostro pubblico di riferimento, però no, vi ripeto, abbiamo anche il dovere di portare le nuove generazioni ad come dire, avvicinarsi alle fonti storiche, e soprattutto le nuove generazioni nativi digitali hanno un paradigma completamente diverso anche da noi. Io ho 40 anni, e per cui lo vedo ribaltato, e perché loro hanno una fruizione completamente diversa, hanno una fruizione, come dire, sincretica, verticale, penso ai social media, Instagram, a Twitter, a Facebook, hanno completamente un altro modo di approcciarsi alle informazioni, e questo è proprio crea delle, ed è scientificamente ormai provato, crea dei cambiamenti proprio cognitivi, e noi li dobbiamo affrontare questi cambiamenti cognitivi. Quindi quello che vorrei appunto farvi passare è appunto, ma come cioè, non è detto che la ricchezza di ECLAP, per esempio, abbia avuto o la varietà completamente di Europeana. Se voi avete guardato Europeana, come penso, lì trovate un po' di tutto, dagli archivi dello spettacolo a delle collezioni di arte. E Europeana voleva un po' contrastare il dominio di Google, sostanzialmente nasceva con questo intento, e ha raccolto delle tantissime collezioni. Purtroppo quando scimmiottiamo, tra virgolette, vogliamo imitare un approccio snaturando anche la nostra natura, e a volte si fanno, non dico degli errori, perché io sono sempre positiva, le vedo sempre come tappe processuali, però dobbiamo riflettere su questa cosa. E quindi passo al secondo progetto su cui lavoro, che è un ERC. La principal investigator è Annalisa Sacchi, è una professoressa diciamo di teatro, e Rigo in Common è un progetto sul teatro degli anni 70, dal 59 al 79, che però non ha un approccio diversamente da ECLAP, che era, come dire, aveva in qualche modo un approccio storico, no? Collezionare fonti e mettere in relazioni, e invece in Common mette in risalto, soprattutto fa una lettura di quel periodo storico dal 79 dal 1959 al 1979 del nuovo teatro italiano, facendo una lettura soprattutto anche politica, volendo mettere in risalto le relazioni fra i diversi, diciamo, fautori di quel periodo storico, e ha due sostanzialmente novità che io vi pongo come non novità, come sorpresa tecnologica o come invenzione. Non esistono invenzioni nel nostro lavoro, e cioè, a volte si pensa che la tecnologia ti dia l'invenzione, non c'è nulla da inventare. E la novità in senso lato è che all'interno del team c'è un sociologo per cui il social graph, per esempio, io non vi ho potuto portare nulla di immagini o di video perché il progetto è ancora a 2 anni dal termine, per cui a parte alcuni materiali sensibili non ho ancora insomma qualcosa di sostanzioso da farvi vedere, quindi ve lo racconterò. Nel team, vi dicevo, c'è questo sociologo che analizzerà, diciamo, le fonti e farà uno studio dedicato e lavora con chi si occupa del back-end e del front-end, che poi è l'altra, diciamo, novità di questo progetto, di come rendere la ricchezza dei contenuti. Lavoriamo insieme, in particolare fin dal principio, nel determinare sia il database del back-end, che è relazionale in questo caso e non gerarchico, sia individuare appunto le entità e quindi gli attributi che definiscono le fonti che ci dobbiamo portare all'interno del progetto. Chiaramente metadatiamo, perché tuttavia rimane un'interfaccia assolutamente necessaria per poter dialogare fra queste parti. Per cui, a parte la social network analysis, un altro collega che si occupa diciamo di analizzare da un punto di vista storico e teorico politicamente quel periodo, la parte che può interessarci di più è il fatto che si è affidato il front-end, sostanzialmente la parte visiva di questo progetto, al Density Design Lab del Politecnico di Milano, che, se non conoscete, è uno tra i più importanti laboratori di information design a livello internazionale, tant'è vero che Paolo Ciuccarelli, che l'ha fondato, in questo momento si è trasferito a Boston per aprire un laboratorio alla MIT. Gli hanno chiesto per ricopiare, tra virgolette, questo laboratorio. E non so se, probabilmente forse li avete anche visti, magari anche su Repubblica, il Corriere, i loro lavori, ce ne sono tantissimi, potete andare a vedere il loro sito. Sostanzialmente questo è soltanto uno degli esempi che vi porto. Chiaramente, essendo sostanzialmente partono da una visione più grafica, loro hanno fatto tutto uno studio, si riferiscono a tutto un ambito appunto del design, che fa information design, e che ha una letteratura anche lì molto complessa. Per cui loro, partendo da un dataset, cercano di esplorare un modo di restituire in maniera anche forse non convenzionale, come siamo abituati noi, le informazioni e le fonti. La difficoltà, diciamo, anche in questo progetto appunto è anche relazionarsi con quest'altro ambiente, per cui il lavoro è con la parte ingegneristica nel back-end e con la parte del Politecnico che fa il front-end, e stiamo riflettendo su che approccio utilizzare. E c'è, appunto, vi dicevo, tutta una branca nel design che lavorano. Loro, per esempio, in questo momento stanno lavorando un altro grande archivio, che è l'archivio di Italo Calvino, e hanno fatto diversi progetti. Sulle performing arts è il primo. E per cui diciamo, in questa seconda parte dello speech vorrei concentrarmi soprattutto su come visualizzare un archivio, cioè porci la domanda: visualizzare un archivio può rispondere alla domanda come rappresentare la complessità? E ci sono diversi modi per visualizzare un archivio, appunto in qualche modo utilizzare la tecnica della distanza, no? Per cui io vedo da lontano un insieme di documenti, riproporre dei formati. Faccio un esempio fuori contesto: non so se avete letto recentemente di quell'esperimento fatto su Instagram per raccontare la Shoah, come raccontiamo la Shoah a un ragazzino di oggi, no? Come mantenere l'interesse per la storia, per la memoria. C'è stato questo interessante esperimento per cui hanno creato, attraverso l'utilizzo delle stories di Instagram, un profilo di una ragazzina realmente esistita e che è morta durante le deportazioni del nazismo, hanno aperto la pagina di questa ragazzina più o meno diciamo a gennaio, quando la sua storia era nell'ultima fase della sua vita, e l'hanno portata avanti attraverso le stories con un racconto giorno per giorno in come sarebbe oggi raccontare la Shoah se avessi un profilo Instagram. E questo ve lo potrei appunto riproporre come riproporre format, per esempio. Oppure fare una narrazione classica, si può rappresentare un archivio come una narrazione classica, ci sono diversi esempi, e altri che però sulle performing arts ancora non ci sono, è il classico, siamo nel periodo dei selfie, no? Per cui ci sono degli esperimenti per cui con uno smartphone dei ragazzini, dei giovani, insomma, si fanno uno storytelling, no? Di qualcosa. Appunto, per esempio, guardare un archivio dalla distanza, porto in inglese, un archivio dalla distanza sostanzialmente ci fa analizzare il nostro, diciamo, insieme di fonti, o concentrandoci appunto sui metadati o appunto sui documenti. E un esempio molto bello proprio visivamente, per poi questi lavori diventano proprio un altro oggetto digitale interessante, perciò vi dico, poi gli archivi stanno diventando un documento da analizzare come insieme a loro volta. Questo è della German Digital Library ed è un modo di appunto un insieme, un'esplorazione di come utilizzare un'interfaccia, perché poi il sito diventa l'interfaccia ultima tra utente e accesso ai contenuti, basato sui metadata, che come vedete sostanzialmente ripropone cose che in qualche modo abbiamo già visto con ECLAP, no? Una sorta di appunto timeline, solo che visualizzata in altra maniera, una sorta di social graph, però più completo, più complesso, e in qualche modo anche una visione da lontano dell'insieme dei documenti. E questo rende più facile l'accesso? Sinceramente non saprei, ad oggi non saprei dirvelo. Io mi ci sto approcciando anch'io come prima volta, devo dire che trovo tutto molto affascinante e come il collega ha detto, noi non dobbiamo prendere i tools digitali come per imitare il reale, noi dobbiamo prendere i tools digitali come uno strumento analitico, per cui io lo trovo sempre molto interessante, perché rimette in discussione il mio modo di, come dire, di lavorare sulle fonti. Per cui, come vi dicevo, risposte non ce ne sono. Vi porto un esempio su cui sto lavorando, molto più semplice. Stavo tracciando le cantine, no? Le famose cantine romane del periodo degli anni 70, ed effettivamente io, che poi ho un'educazione anche soprattutto visiva, anche una certa inclinazione diciamo agli aspetti visivi della conoscenza, mi è stato molto utile farmi uno storytelling visivo, farmi una mappa delle cantine e poterle visualizzare geograficamente per vedere, ma ci possono essere delle connessioni? Sappiamo benissimo che per esempio l'esplosione in quegli anni delle cantine si è concentrata soprattutto sul centro di Roma, è una notizia, la sapevamo già. Quello che però è interessante è utilizzare un tool per vedere se escono fuori altre informazioni e soprattutto come le posso riproporre a un mio studente oggi, perché diciamo appunto io tengo molto a questo aspetto di tramandare diciamo al nostro pubblico privilegiato, che sono gli studenti, quello che facciamo nella ricerca. E quindi il collega Michele Mauri del Density Design Lab diceva appunto la visualizzazione può rappresentare la complessità, che quindi lui vede la visualizzazione come una metafora, come il punto finale di una rappresentazione, un'interfaccia, un oggetto estetico, no? Tutte cose che vi ho fatto vedere. E un modo anche per mettere in discussione lo status quo. Purtroppo il tempo non mi permette di farvi vedere tanti esempi, ma ci sono per esempio altri progetti come per esempio i documentari, cioè Facebook utilizzato per fare dei documentari. E appunto la visualizzazione come un'opera d'arte sempre aperta. Per concludere, ciò che tiene insieme questa problematica della rappresentazione della complessità è appunto partendo dalla riflessione che ha fatto Manovic, no? Che la nostra contemporaneità con l'avvento del digitale aveva portato da una cultura dell'archivio, diciamo in senso Foucaultiano, no? Di Foucault, a invece una cultura del database, ed oggi invece con l'esplosione, no? Con la diffusione di internet, a una cultura del remix, dove l'utente non è più passivo ma vuole essere produttore. Quel my story player non basta. E quindi un archivio visto come un documento aperto. E vorrei solo dire questo, il tempo è finito. Un altro aspetto che noi spesso appunto trascuriamo è che, a parte l'archivio, va conservato, va preservato lo spettatore, e per questo in qualche modo i tools digitali ci possono venire in soccorso, non come bacchetta magica, ma come qualcosa su cui riflettere sostanzialmente. Questo è quanto, vi ringrazio.
Thank you very much. Very interesting speech, unfortunately in Italian, but I hope everybody could follow the discussion with the slides. I kindly invite Aurélie Monton-Rouzou here to introduce SIBMAS network very quickly. Thank you very much.
Present the SIBMAS. So the SIBMAS is the International Association of Libraries, Museums, Archives and Documentation Centers of Performing Arts. I'm a member of the EXCOM of this association, but it's a professional association with a few researchers like myself. And so it's a great association. It ranges most of over 200 members of 35 countries, and we are doing a conference every other year. Next conference will be in Warsaw in 2020, and the topic of the conference is about politics of memory, which is a very accurate topic in Poland, but not only. And we're having also some special committees working during in between those conferences, and one of those just began to work on exactly open data issues, so the topic you're here about. So I would propose you to join the SIBMAS, and you'll find some flyers here on the table. You can go on the website and see the most important tool, but it's just a beginning now because we are trying to develop the thing. The members directory, where any institution can present its own collection, and the point is to be able to work together. So it's not a big it's a big association. No, the website is not about data. It's about making links between us. Yes. That's it. So please just take a flyer and see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe SIBMAS is one of the most important network in the field, or maybe the most one. So we encourage you to become a member. So the last presentation of the section is from Donatella Gavrilovic, that I suppose most of you already know her. Otherwise, I'm very pleased to introduce is as Associate Professor of History of Theatre and Digital Technologies at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata. She founded and directed the scientific publishing series entitled Arti dello Spettacolo Performing Arts, and since 2015 she led the online journal www.artidello-spettacolo-performingarts.com. Since 2012, she is member of the European Community for the ECLAP project, contributing as an expert to the European portal Europeana. So I leave the floor to Donatella.
Ok. Sì, è stupendo. Io come faccio? Scusa, no, aspetta un attimo Fabrizio, come diavolo faccio, scusa? Devo vedere di là con un occhio, vedo di qua con un occhio, vedo di qua.
Non è lo stesso.
Ok, mettimelo sì, dai. Ok, no, scusate, sono veramente contenta e felice di essere a questo tavolo, perché ho collaborato prima con ECLAP, quindi con Maria Grazia, con lo storico Bellini Rinascimento Digitale, First in Italy, e poi proprio grazie a ECLAP a Porto ho incontrato il team informatico di IFTMO, cioè della Università di San Pietroburgo, che ha collaborato per la realizzazione del lavoro di Alexander Chepurov. E diciamo che questo mio intervento sarà in inglese nelle slide, but in Italian. Questo mio intervento nasce proprio da questa serie di problemi che sono venuti fuori da Maria Grazia e dalla necessità, proprio perché I wrote a book on Vera Komisarjevskaya, e questo scrivere il libro mi ha portato ad avere quei problemi di cui diceva Alexander Chepurov, cioè io non riuscivo a trovare e a mettere insieme tutte le informazioni che mi servivano per dimostrare che quello spettacolo non era stato un insuccesso ma un grande successo, e tutto quello che è venuto fuori dopo. Dove li tiravo fuori tutti questi dati? Come li prendevo? Perché non avevo nell'era digitale la possibilità di avere questi stramaledetti documenti a portata di mano? Ma è possibile? E a questo punto ho cominciato a pensare, come l'orsetto che facevo vedere ai miei bambini, a Winnie Pooh, e pensa, ho cercato un modo per risolvere sia il mio problema di studioso, quindi di ricerca immediata di quelle che possono essere le fonti, ovvero sia, e qui leggo e ci sbrighiamo, e quindi questa enorme quantità di dati che noi storici del teatro, ma anche gli storici dell'arte, visto che la mia competenza è sia nasco come storico dell'arte, mi trasformo in storico, no? Scusa, questa è andata avanti, mettimi il PPTX per favore. Nasco come storico d'arte, passo a diventare storico del teatro, e come storico dell'arte mi sono occupata di catalogazione, ma nel 1980, quindi con le schede OA, quindi scrivendo in quadruplice copia con carta carbone, e ho fatto quel tipo di lavoro. Quindi da queste competenze è nata l'esigenza. Qual era lo scopo? Dare all'utente, quindi attraverso uno strumento nuovo e quindi una modalità di catalogazione nuova, la possibilità di recuperare in tempi brevi tutte queste stramaledette informazioni che ci servono attraverso delle ricerche incrociate che dovevano essere o sempre più specifiche o sempre più generiche, utilizzando però non le parole di ricerca, ma linee di ricerca basate sulla logica, perché questa era la cosa importante, cioè utilizzare il metodo che noi studiosi utilizziamo quando facciamo ricerca, e dall'altro rendere sempre e subito fruibili in base di lettura oppure scaricabili quei materiali che in formato digitale esistono in web. Il fine era ricostruire mediante i dati e i materiali in open access, già nella piattaforma stessa, lo spettacolo, cioè quel lavoro che ha fatto Chepurov su uno spettacolo, moltiplicarlo alla ennesima potenza per avere un tipo di ricostruzione che non è visiva, ma è attraverso i documenti. Per fare questo, però, si affronta quel problema che Bernard Toole della Darmstadt University non è riuscito a risolvere nell'archivio di Pina Bausch. Quello che Salomon Bausch chiedeva, cioè la contestualizzazione del dato. Perché il dato non è un dato astratto, come diceva Maria Grazia, ma ha un contesto, e questa era la cosa importante. Quindi permettere all'utente di utilizzare le connessioni tra i dati per avviare, come era nella slide precedente, dei percorsi di ricerca mirati e in questo modo riuscire a livello internazionale a rendere dialoganti gli archivi digitali di musei, biblioteche, fondazioni, con il conseguente scambio di informazioni in open access. Questa mia idea nasce nel 2010, nel 2015 facciamo un modello di quello che io ho chiamato il Performance Knowledge Base, il PKB, che è concepito appunto come un working in progress, dove studiosi, professionisti e quindi operatori anche di imprese artigianali, perché un altro problema sono i cataloghi che ci sono all'interno delle imprese artigianali, gli industriali, l'industria dello spettacolo che ha i suoi archivi ma che sono completamente diversi da quelli che per esempio vengono a essere impostati da ECLAP come dal Ministero. Ovviamente per avere tutto questo era importante utilizzare la buona pratica dell'open access e quindi fair data, perché se non abbiamo dei dati certificabili che sono reperibili, accessibili e interoperabili, ovviamente che siano in alcuni repository, questo ovviamente che dialoghino poi tra di loro, tutta questa cosa, questo progetto del Performance Knowledge Base non è fattibile. Ovviamente ce lo siamo inventato, ci siamo inventato quello che Bit mi ha detto essere un elenco strutturato di dati, ovvero sia quella che è stata definita un'ontologia di base fatta da umanisti, cioè da un team di studenti insieme a me, per progettare la struttura. Quindi era importante impostare la logica del funzionamento di ricerca, e questa si basa sulla categoria spettacolo, e a questo punto io ho pensato, ma come posso mettere insieme e organizzare tutti quanti questi documenti in maniera da dare al motore di ricerca e al funzionamento del motore di ricerca una logica, e ho pensato al fatto che bisognava ritornare, e la storia vale sempre, a come si fa uno spettacolo, e lo spettacolo si fa diciamo grosso modo dividendolo in 3 grandi momenti, cioè il momento dell'ideazione che ha tutti i suoi, sto corre velocemente, io non voglio, che ha tutti i suoi documenti, il momento, capito, un attimo, aspetta, il momento della messa in scena, e l'ultimo momento, il momento finale, in cui i documenti sono i documenti di quello che resta dello spettacolo che non esiste più. L'ho visualizzato in questo modo: ritorna Chaika, ritorna Segal, ritorna la Commissargesca. A questo punto io ho tentato di organizzare in qualche modo tutte queste informazioni, cercando prima di tutto di renderlo chiaro a me, di visualizzare l'idea, perché a volte appunto la visualizzazione è importante, e quindi di creare prima di tutto un PowerPoint e attraverso poi un progetto di visualizzazione grafica che farà ridere gli informatici, però vi assicuro ci ha portato via tantissimo tempo, e questo è un pezzettino che sono riuscita a ritagliare da tutti gli schemi Excel che abbiamo fatto per cercare di visualizzare la metodologia di ricerca e di impostazione del funzionamento del nuovo modello, e poi siamo passati praticamente nella fase, diciamo così, addirittura a creare un glossario tecnico che potesse essere di supporto per gli informatici. E a questo punto abbiamo tentato in qualche modo di mettere insieme tutto quello che avevamo fatto e che abbiamo elaborato per iscritto attraverso i grafici, attraverso questo glossario tecnico, in qualcosa che ce lo rendesse visibile, perché ovviamente i soldi, i money per il software non c'erano, e non c'erano neanche. Ho parlato con Carlo Meghini, che era uno dei creatori ecco, adesso è partito, ci sono alcune simulazioni di come dovrebbe funzionare su web, questa è una ricerca. Questa che vedete è la scheda madre e con le varie cartelle. Apriamo la cartella documenti, contiene tutta una serie di sottocartelle nelle quali posso trovare le cose che mi servono, per esempio pagine di diario. Nella pagina di diario trovo i documenti che ho raccolto, in questo caso il telegramma, e ho la possibilità di accedere direttamente al documento. Questo lavoro che vi ho fatto vedere con qualche click a me mi è costato lacrime e sangue per andare a trovare questi documenti che per me erano inaccessibili. A questo punto ho fatto lo SWOT per cercare di capire se quello che avevamo, se lo trovo, se avevamo realizzato era ben riuscito, e in pratica come punti di forza naturalmente c'è un nuovo modello di catalogazione, c'è la possibilità di omogeneizzare i vari codici e vari linguaggi per realizzare la metadatazione, c'è il discorso della rintracciabilità dei dati, che poi vi dico come seconda idea, c'è l'applicazione dell'open access e dei fade data ai luoghi di conservazione dei dati e dei dati stessi, la possibilità di creare nuovi repository idonei al dominio delle arti dello spettacolo. La debolezza principale è dovuta, almeno per quella che è la mia esperienza, alla diminuzione di interesse da parte dello sviluppatore di software. Perché Carlo Meghini, quando ha dovuto affrontare con me il discorso della creazione di una cosa del genere, mi ha detto: ma va bene, ma mica questi non sono i cocci dell'archeologia, qui ci sono materiali incredibili, eterogenei, questa è una pazzia, si può fare ma è una pazzia. Quindi l'altra cosa era appunto il fatto di eventuali casi in cui le strutture consolidate di dati siano così specifiche da dover richiedere una loro completa rielaborazione. Per quanto riguarda le opportunità, innanzitutto c'è la condivisione del know-how, delle esperienze in ambiti disciplinari diversi, la possibilità di collaborare multilingue e multidisciplinari, la necessità di un'equipe specializzata ad alto livello, la formazione di nuove figure professionali dove finalmente i nostri laureati di teatro, musica e spettacolo troverebbero un impiego, unendola a basi di informatica, la salvaguardia e disseminazione del patrimonio culturale immateriale e così via. Tra i rischi ovviamente c'è la eterogeneità delle tipologie dei dati, quando questa non è riconducibile a un numero ridotto di caratteristiche principali, la mancanza di accessibilità ai dati, la difficoltà nella rintracciabilità dei materiali. L'ultima cosa che ci è venuta in mente, e questo grazie perché a questo team, nel team in cui è fatto di studenti c'era anche un ragazzo dottorando che lavora nell'editoria, era le modalità di rintracciabilità non solo dell'oggetto diciamo metadatato, ma di rintracciare, di poter seguire in qualche modo e di avere sotto mano con rintracciabile e quindi usufruibile oggetti che si trovano negli enti che posseggono questi oggetti. E quindi abbiamo pensato di utilizzare il sistema del ISBN e del DOI per la rintracciabilità degli oggetti, per cui ovviamente per poter realizzare quello che noi abbiamo chiamato codice ASPA, dovevamo creare una classificazione, per creare la classificazione, la rintracciabilità e la paternità dei beni che appartengono a una stessa produzione di teatro. Dovevamo ovviamente utilizzare queste procedure che simulavano i codici ISBN e per poter applicare questo standard di catalogazione, come per gli SBN era necessario, ovviamente sarebbe necessario creare un'agenzia internazionale, quindi far partire una start-up simile a quella che esiste per gli SBN o per i DOI, che assegna un codice univoco all'ente a cui appartengono i beni e verifichi l'esatta classificazione degli stessi. Qui abbiamo fatto una sorta di immaginaria simulazione. Il codice va per luogo, per anno, quindi il luogo è il numero identificativo della nazione, per esempio 5 la Russia, l'anno di creazione dell'opera è stata fatta nel 1900, il codice identificativo dell'ente pubblico che viene assegnato da questa fantomatica agenzia ASPA è il numero alfanumerico A005, lo spettacolo, ovvero sia il numero seriale che compare, cioè 001, per esempio il gabbiano, e la macroarea, se quell'oggetto per esempio è di pertinenza, è un testo scenico 00, oppure nel caso che ne so, di un bozzetto scenico lo 05, l'oggetto a cui viene dato il numero seriale, per cui quel bozzetto di scena fatto da Alexander Galevin per Masquerade, prima scena, secondo atto, è lo 0001, e ho finito, anche se il tempo va avanti, io lo uccido il computer, e l'attuale locazione, cioè il numero identificativo della nazione dov'è il bene. Per esempio, che ne so, in Francia, quindi il numero 7, il numero 5 e il numero di controllo è il numero di controllo che viene generato da un logaritmo. In conclusione, questo è un sogno che sto, diciamo così, portando avanti e perseguendo da parecchio. Oggi siete tanti, siete amici, colleghi, che hanno condiviso un pezzo di strada insieme a me. Io mi auguro che un giorno si realizzi, anche perché io credo ai sogni, e avervi tutti qui per me è una cosa meravigliosa. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting, and we hope that your dream will happen before, as soon as possible, let's say. And if it's possible, I would be pleased to contribute to your dream. And maybe in this afternoon, like my speech goes in your direction, and we can somehow collaborate. And because of the time, I think just one question, if you have, for each of the speakers. So the floor is open. Yes.
Okay, it is very interesting your proposal. I think there is a need to integrate the different sources of information also in the biomedical field, because we have also in Italy a lot of mini portals good portals for information, but nobody thinks to put together in one also international portal, because there are a lot of sources of information very good. So the same problem is for these, your project try to do this. And my question is if I think that you have some thesaurus in some databases for performing arts or not, because it is very important to have some international standards for your projects.
Yes, there are. And in the afternoon, we have the possibility to see and listen the speech of Easterman, Julie Beck, and Weiberg about their experiences. But any experience is different, and because the point of view is different. I have done a lot of experience in many countries, and this is mine. It's difficult to realize because the first important a step is the condivisione, come si dice? The share. To share this expertise and know-how with the informatic team who must work together and must understand the different competence, and it's very difficult to speak and to understand each other's need to be very open and very friendly. I mean.
Okay, I think it is very important also to collect together on a theater piece or other all the information you have in databases. I am a librarian, so I think to this. It is very interesting to have all the literature produced on this.
Yes.
So you can have integrate all the information.
It's possible to link it with another metadata board or with another link, maybe YouTube, or to get the information for different repository in different institutions.
Any other? Okay, yeah, just 1 second before.
Thank you for your presentations. I will kind of come back, rewind to Alexander to ask my first questions. Like you brought that very interesting example of masquerade, which actually I also use sometimes in my slide as a masquerade, because it was, I don't think you mentioned it, was the last production of the imperial period. It started just about like 4 or 5 days before the revolution, the February Revolution. I think that's an interesting fact. But I was, like, what I learned today is that it actually lasted afterwards for 30 years. And you said that you reconstructed it. Did you kind of reconstruct an intemporal version of that production, or did you reconstruct a precise performance on a specific night?
So this the problem of the reconstruction is connected that we could reconstruct only the model of the performance. So the problem is that it is we could not reconstruct the main thing in the theater. It is the theater, the spectators' perception, spectators' reaction. So the only thing that we could do, that I try to make a way of reconstruction is to combine the reflections that was fixed in the memories and different documents. So, but I'll try to. You see that the spectating hall in our model is empty. But our aim is to create, for example, the reconstruction of the audience perception, that we could click any person in the spectating hall. Maybe it is the famous representatives who participate, for example, the opening of the Seagull. We have the number of these outstanding people, and we could click on their figures, and then we could imagine how they react and how they reflect this performance. So so in our plans we try to reconstruct the contemporary nowadays modern productions that have videotapes. So videotape is not it is the document, of course, but it is not. Was shot from the various point of view. So, and this is somehow the personal point of view to the performance. And we have to make the model of the performance in parallel with this videotapes. So this is our aim, and I think it will be very interesting to have the model of the contemporary performance that is fixed on videotape. So. In parallel to compare it, and this, as I said, that the model is the analytical thing. So this is our problems that we faced with.
Okay, thank you. May I go on and ask a question to Donatella? You mentioned that ASPA code. How far are the reflections on this code evolved? Like, are you using that? Because we were kind of wondering, was there any discussion on the design of the code? Because there's a lot of semantics in this identifier, and we don't feel very comfortable about that.
I imagine. And when you dream, you can imagine the world, but to realize, it's for me it's very difficult, because I don't know. I hope that I can find these wonderful technicians, informatics, who can help me in my idea. It's very difficult to transform an idea in an artifact, and I think it's very important, this code, because it's necessary for to quickly find a lot of heterogeneous material and organize. I think, I don't know if I
reply.
Yeah, let's discuss maybe about that during the workshop, or maybe Emanuele will have some elements as well in his speech this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope everybody had a nice lunch, like we did. So we'll try to keep you awake, and well, this hard work will be for Beat. So Beat Easterman, Beat, sorry. Beat Easterman is a professor at the Institute for Public Sector Transformation at the Bern University of Applied Sciences, and in particular with his PhD is focusing on data, open data and crowdsourcing among heritage institutions, which sounds extremely interesting. And he's also involved into let's say the Swiss version of Creative Commons, because I'm sure I will not pronounce correctly, digitale allmend, right? And among the other things, he's coordinating the Open GLAM in Switzerland, the working group of Open GLAM, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, and he's also involved in Open Knowledge Foundation International Open GLAM, that I guess is the one that collects all the Open GLAMs. And his speech will be about bootstrapping the international knowledge base for performing arts, and he will talk about key stakeholders and user scenarios. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Welcome back this afternoon. I would like to talk to you about what I call the international knowledge base for the performing arts. I will talk about the overall vision, how this vision has matured over time through various projects and thanks to interaction with various people. I will talk about some elements of my current work for the Canadian Arts Presenting Association. I'll talk about the current state of implementation of this knowledge base to see to what extent Donatello's dreams have already come true. I will talk about the challenges ahead and about the next steps on a journey on which I would like to invite you to join us. But before I start, I would like to make two caveats. My presentation will be about linked open data. I don't know to what extent people are familiar with linked data. We won't have time to really go into depth about what I can say for now. It's about interlinking data from databases that are managed by different institutions. In my presentation, I will give you just a few glimpses of a concept that has been described in more detail in the document that I have shared online. I'm not sure whether you've seen it already. You will find the link on my entry on the speakers page of this conference. You're very welcome and invited to comment on this document. The slides are available on SlideShare. Just look for Beat Easterman. Now, let me start with the vision. Imagine one big database that serves the needs and interests of a variety of stakeholders related to the performing arts, but who have different needs and have very different usage scenarios, some of which you have probably seen over the past 2 days. Obviously, we are not going to build one big monolith, but a database with a distributed architecture made up of many smaller databases that are interlinked with each other. So we talk about key stakeholders, about usage scenarios, about distributed architecture. But before I get into the details of the concept, let me tell you a bit more about the journey so far. I will tell you the journey from a personal point of view, so you know where I'm coming from. So my first encounter with theater data through Christian Schneeberger, there was a predecessor of Birks at the Swiss Theater Collection, who was looking for a replacement for their existing database, which dates from the last century. But Christian was looking ahead and was interested in learning what the next generation data platforms would look like. And as a regular contributor to Music Brains, he was quick to grasp the opportunities that linked data would bring, and what kind of opportunities online collaboration would bring. One of the peculiarities of this Swiss theater collection is that it has a large performance database covering many decades of Swiss theater. And this database serves as a finding aid to the entire institution's collection. So that was the first encounter, and we kind of sketched out the contours of the new platform. We started to write applications for project funding, some of which were successful, some of them less so. We then also started to hand out some of the conceptual tasks in form of students' assignments at the Bern University of Applied Sciences. And finally, the project was officially kicked off at the theater collection, and we were able to document the requirements of the new data platform in more detail. 2017 was then quite an eventful year. It was the year when we started to internationalize the project, first in the form of an application for a European project. The application failed, but this is how I got to know Donatella. And we made enormous progress also on the conceptual side of this project. It was also the year Birk Weiberg joined the team at the Swiss Theatre Collection, which was on its way to become the Swiss Archives for the Performing Arts by merging with the Swiss Dance Archive. It was also the year when we published the draft version of our data model, and we started to implement parts of it on Wikidata, and Wikidata is kind of the project around which I also encountered Julia Beck. And then 2018 was a completely new stage. It brought a completely new turn to my involvement with performing arts. I got involved in a project focusing on interpretation research on the basis of a large collection of audio recordings from opera in New York. Of course, there's a lot of metadata going with it, but there was also the new perspective of researchers, and it was the specific focus on music. They were not so much interested in the theater aspect of opera. And this year I've got the privilege to work with the Canadian Arts Presenting Association, a cooperation that reinforces the international dimension of my work and has also the merit of adding another perspective on performing arts data. In fact, the perspective of what I call the primary value chain of performing arts, made up of artists, of production companies, of presenting organizations, of ticketing platforms, of operators of arts facilities. Yeah, this is just one personal journey. What has struck me most on my journey was that I keep meeting other people from various countries who have a very similar vision to the one I have started to articulate in cooperation with the Swiss Theatre Archive. And the vision of it's a vision of international knowledge base for the performing arts based on linked data technology. And the journeys of all these people typically start from one specific area of the performing arts value network, which you can see up here, developed by some colleagues which I've never met. In 2018, it came in handy that they actually described this primary value chain with the consumption market, with the production market, with the professionals and labor market and the right markets. But then around it, you can see there's research and preservation, there's training, there's the education system in there, there's media and the internet. So most people approaching that idea of performing arts database, they come from a particular perspective, one out of the many in there, with a particular set of stakeholders in mind, and a focus on a specific number of usage scenarios. And this year I have had the chance to start to connect the dots and to systematically explore these different stakeholder views on the data infrastructure we're going to build. I won't bother you with all the different usage scenarios. So here you have like one of them, performing arts professionals, what they want. For example, they want their services kind of described vis-a-vis producing organizations, or they want to consult documentation about earlier productions. But that's just the performing arts professionals. We then went through like personal agents, casting agencies, production companies, presenters, promoters, ticketing platforms, operators of facilities, etc. So that's on the left-hand side, you have the more or less the primary value chain, and then on the other side you have like media professionals, tourist boards, persons providing information to tourists, search engines, educators and learners, researchers, lexicographers, heritage institutions, private collectors, statistical service. And if you have not found yourself in there, I want to learn about your usage scenario. Please go to this Google Doc and describe it or add your personal perspective on this data platform. So 20 stakeholder groups so far, which we have assembled into 7 categories. And on the basis of the usage scenarios, we have asked what kind of data will these different groups need. And then in an overview table, we have then highlighted the data that is common to all of them. Don't worry, that's not the entire table, that's just a small fraction from the top. I think the table goes across 4 or 5 pages. You can also see them in the document that is online. I won't go into details there, but we have highlighted the data that is common to various or even all of these stakeholder groups or stakeholder categories. And believe it or not, there's quite a large core of data that is relevant for various types of stakeholders, and it would only make sense for them to cooperate more closely to leverage the main synergies that a linked open data approach brings about. That means that we will have institutions cooperating who have not been cooperating before. And the idea is to build a platform consisting of several layers. So that's the overall architecture of this platform. We have at the bottom a data layer consisting of decentralized data sources and several data hubs that aggregate and interlink all that data. We then have a semantic layer mainly consisting of a shared data model, so-called ontology. We have an application layer consisting of various cloud services for data extraction, data analysis, and data visualization. And last but not least, we have the presentation layer. That's the layer with which you as users will be interacting. The actual platforms and software applications that the end users are going to use. And you can see there are some examples, but you could imagine many other examples that consume part of the data that sit on the common platform and that will also use part of these applications that are provided as a service. Now this is the concept, but where do we stand regarding its implementation? So that's the moment of truth, where we have to confront our dreams with reality. To give you an impression, I've sketched out the areas covered by some of the projects mentioned before. So we have the Swiss Performing Arts database, we have the Wikimedia world, like with Wikidata, with Wikimedia Commons, or we have the Canadian company Culture Creates. Their mission is to kind of feed search engines and computer-based personal assistants with more coherent data about performing arts. So the vision is to provide performing arts data on Google in a way we can today kind of discover cinema data. And I won't go into the details of what has been realized. I think Berg and Julia will kind of partly cover their projects. But what you can see on the slide is that there are areas where the projects overlap and areas where they are complementary to each other. And there are many areas that have not been covered yet. One important overlap I want to mention to you is absolutely key in view of the interoperability of the various elements of this database, and that's the central one where we have a lot of overlaps. The fact that we are using the same RDF-based ontology is the shared data model that has the function of a common language that allows the different elements of the knowledge base and eventually also their users to communicate with each other. Another key aspect in view of the interoperability of the various interconnected databases are base registers, or so-called authority files. By referring to the entities listed in these base registers, we can store statements about the same entity. Let's say about a particular opera in the different databases, and use federated queries to retrieve this information as if it was coming from the same database. In fact, base registers contain the list of named entities of our common language, by the way we are naming things. So in the case of the performing arts, we're, for example, interested in creative works. We're interested in their editions, in their different versions, in character roles, in performing arts venues, in humans or in organizations that have a role within these performances. These base registers play a key role in interlinking datasets from various sources. And many of these registers of named entities already exist. I have provided here with some statistics for Wikidata, which is just one of these databases. So that's the situation today, and it's growing like every year. So while many things are already in place, there are also still many challenges ahead, and I will kind of try to show them on this diagram, which shows a typical linked data publication process. So we're doing quite well already in the area of data provision, I would say. At least in the sense that there is no lack of data about performing arts that just waits to be transformed into linked open data. If you look at it from maybe a different angle as a researcher interested in a particular area, in a particular field, or trying to analyze a particular performance, of course, not all the data has been digitized, not all the data has been online, etc. We are also quite advanced as regards the development of our common ontology. But there's a lot of work involved in scraping and cleansing the existing data, and there's a lot of work involved in transforming the data to linked data. There's currently also a lack of powerful tools for manual data entry. And as we publish more and more data from various sources, as linked data, we will increasingly grow aware of data modeling issues, so we have to come back to our ontology development and address all these issues, and we will have to develop shared controlled vocabularies. And last but not least, we will need to start developing applications that make use of the data in order to close this feedback loop between data provision and data use. And this is absolutely crucial, because it's only by closing this loop and by creating some real value for key stakeholders that we will be able to sustain our effort. And it's the only way to know whether the data is actually worth something. It's the only way to have feedback on the quality of the data, on the completeness of the data. It's the only way to know where to focus our next efforts. Our knowledge base is currently being bootstrapped from two angles. One angle is the one of heritage institutions or of researchers assembling data about the past. We have seen some examples today. The second angle consists of tapping into the performing arts value chain, aggregating data about current and future performing events. And this is more the realm of production companies and presenting organizations, but also opens up an interesting perspective for documentation centers or heritage institutions, because you get the data kind of free of charge, and you can overcome existing media breaks. And I would say right now, in the work I'm doing, there are two main guiding principles. The first one is start from larger well-maintained existing databases that contain data about works, venues, persons, organizations involved in performing arts productions, because these are the data that are shared across many different data sets. These are the data that will allow us to interconnect between the different data silos. And the second guiding principle, also very important, focus on the low-hanging fruits first. So pursue flexible usage scenarios which yield incremental benefits, which you can extend over time, but you already get some benefit with your first step. Remember, we need to absolutely close that feedback loop as quickly as possible. Here's some examples of low-hanging fruits from the perspective, first from the perspective of theater archives. You can, for example, improve the user's search experience by providing a high-level overview of what material can be found in various archives. You can create something like a WorldCat for theater by interlinking existing databases. You could also complement the existing data, and it would be good to do that in a way that you have systematic publication of data in a given thematic area, because that's what researchers are particularly interested in. So these points, they were brainstormed at a workshop in Düsseldorf last year with theater archivists. Then we have low-hanging fruits in the context of Wikipedia. We can use these wiki data-driven info boxes for a variety of articles. Here you see an info box for Teatro dell'Opera. And as you probably all know, you know Wikipedia, there's plenty of these info boxes and there's plenty of structured data. And thanks to the use of Wikidata in context of these info boxes, the data can easily be kept up to date across many different language versions of Wikipedia. And remember, Wikipedia ranks among the 5 most visited websites of the world. So feeding data into Wikidata and displaying it through Wikipedia helps us reach an enormous number of users. So that's also a good low-hanging fruit to aim for. And if we do our job well, Google will end up displaying the data directly in their search results. And this is also the motivation of presenters and promoters of performing arts productions. They want search engines and computer-based personal assistants to be fed with pertinent and complete data about upcoming performances. So, and I would like to close with this big question: what low-hanging fruits are there in your area? Think about it. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks for the nice and illuminating overview. Any question? Or shall we ask the question at the end?
If there's not just a question of understanding now, I would suggest that we hear the other 2 or 3 presentations, because some of them will be complementary to what I have presented.
Sure.
And
sorry,
we'll give you like the entire picture, and then we can come back.
My fault. Sorry. So in the meanwhile, Berk Weiberg is coming from the Swiss Archive of Performing Arts, and in his background there is art history, media arts, and philosophy, which was studied from Berk in Karlsruhe in Berlin, and since 2014 he gained a doctorate in art history from the University of Zurich, and now is managing a project at the Swiss Archive of Performing Arts, and he will present us modeling performing arts on the representation of agencies. So the floor is yours.
Okay, right now. Yeah, thanks for the friendly invitation and for hosting this event. I already found it very interesting to see the Italian perspective this morning, and continue right now with the Swiss perspective. And after Beat's overview, I will get into the details of one project that participates in this. So the Swiss Archive of the Performing Arts is a private foundation and the consolidation of several cultural heritage institutions from the field of dance and theater. One result of this merger is the necessity to join various legacy databases of the previous institutions into one shared database that connects the manifold holdings and data collections. The currently developed solution will be a graph database or linked open database, and thus is part of an ongoing paradigm shift in regard to the representation of knowledge. Besides of cleansing and enriching the existing data and building a new technical infrastructure, the development of a data model that can cope with the heterogeneity of the data is a major task here. Data models for performing arts have evolved over the recent years, and this paper will give an overview over central problems herein and how they have been addressed. As an essentially intangible form of culture, performing arts have special requirements when it comes to data modeling, which also can be conceived as what I want to call 3 central problems of representation. What is the work of art in performing arts? Is it the production as the context in which decisions about the selection and realization of a play are made, in which stage, scenery, costumes and light are designed? Or is it the actual performance on stage? If yes, then how do we have to understand differences between individual performances? We could raise further questions here in what I want to call the problem of the artwork, very broadly. At its core, a database is a structured form of description, and descriptions are accounts of specific entities. In the case of performing arts, central parts of what is considered to be the subject of interest are immaterial and, unlike other cultural artifacts, are no longer at hand, as we all know. That's why archives and museums collect objects and documentations as proxies. This difficulty to size the work of art directly constitutes the problem of description. The third one, there's not only an aggregation of works and objects, but also of persons and institutions. The creation of performing arts works is not an individual affair, but a complex network of interdependent authorships. Texts by people who died a long time ago are used. The border between creative decisions and technical services blurs in the course of collaboration. Responsibilities are often concealed by institutional structures, and functions, as much as specific roles, are not simply fulfilled, but constantly reinterpreted. This is what I want to call the problem of agency. As there is no specialized ontology for performing arts, more generic ontologies from the fields of archives, museums, and libraries have to be adopted and combined. Records in Context, or RIC for short, might turn into a future standard for archives and allow to transcend the provenance limitation of current standards for archives. At the moment, there is no definitive version of RIC, but as the provenance of archival holdings is not a topic of my talk, I can leave this issue open for now. CDOC-CRM is an event-centered reference model for museums that is widely accepted and versatile in its application. The advantage of being flexible enough to allow individual interpretations here can easily turn into a disadvantage and permit also widely incompatible applications. At the same time, this seems to be the best option to link databases from different cultural fields. However, this requires communities that negotiate shared implementations. Ferberu is an extension of CDOC-CRM of the Ferber standard for libraries, where apparently it is hardly used. But for us it is valuable because of its coverage of literary sources and its compatibility with CDOC. Comparing performing with fine arts, one might think, and I have suggested this myself just a moment ago, that the ontological character of performing arts works is fundamentally more complex. Philosopher Nicholas Wolterstorff has shown already in the 1970s that all kinds of art forms deploy their intricate ontological structures. It might only be that the object character of paintings, sculptures, and photographic prints misleads us to simplify their representations. We encounter such erroneous simplification when we look at library catalogs that list editions of works as unrelated to each other, while the Ferberu ontology provides much more elaborate options here. Ferberu, in a simplified explanation, distinguishes between an abstract work, its concrete expression, a specific manifestation, and finally its physical items. An author conceives a work, puts it into words as one of possibly many expressions. Each published edition is then a manifestation, and a single copy of such an edition would be an item. And of course, this structure can be branched out to connect multiple editions of the classes. The two first classes, work and expression, have subclasses for performing arts works in Furberu. As we can see in this figure, from an article by Martin Dörr, Patrick Leboeuf, and Crisula Becchiari, which in 2008 was the first that demonstrated the application of Furberu for performing arts. Here the process starts with the abstract performance work on the lower left that is realized in a performance plan but only becomes perceptible as a concrete performance in the lower right. The performance as a subclass of an activity replaces both manifestation and item in comparison to literary works. The process from a work to either an item or a performance builds one axis of Furberu. The other is created through the relationships between the expressions of different works. So in the case, for example, of a Hamlet production in Geneva, the performance plan incorporates a French translation of the original English text, and Furberu allows to connect these three works, the original play, the translation, and the staging. This way, productions can be classified according to the version or translation of a play they use. The same way, a video documentation of the production extends the axis of references. The solution to what I have called the artwork problem thus lies in the possibility to draw networks of different steps of realization and adoption. I will regard this as sufficient for the moment, even if incorporation is a very broad concept and Furberu does not foresee to qualify such relations any further. Description in the domain of performing arts is happening on two levels, basically. Addressing the work or works, as we have just seen, directly or indirectly by describing artifacts that are related to the productions. The descriptions of a present object, like a poster or a sketch for a stage design, is a much easier, or let's say more justifiable task than making statements about an absent performance. Archives and museums of the performing arts collect and preserve these objects as a form of documentation. As an ontology for museums, the description of physical items is a core feature of CDOC's CRM. So it is not a problem to describe the objects in performing arts collections with it. What is less prevalent is to describe their relationships to performance work or plan. In a 2012 paper, Patrick Leboeuf has given the example of a wooden statue held at the French National Library that was part of the stage model for Sergei Ratlyov's 1935 production of King Lear in Moscow. In this model, it is a physical man-made thing carrying a design or procedure that is associated with a performance plan and was involved in an activity that aimed at a performance for the play. Leboeuf's diagram demonstrates two ways how the necessary connection can be made, but I think we are still lacking experience to agree upon how this is done best. One of the two ways uses an activity to make the connection, and I will pick up the subject of agency here in my next section. But we can see how the problem of description can be solved, at least. The previous approaches elide that performing arts works are the results of team efforts. It involves more than one author. They support descriptions of relationships between works, objects, and concepts, but they do not address the specifics of authorship and agency in performing arts. This was a central issue in the development of the data model for the Swiss Performing Arts platform. Together with the Bern Society of Applied Arts, or namely Beat, who already showed this, we developed a data model that was published 2 years ago as a draft, and to my knowledge is still the most comprehensive effort to formalize the description of performing arts, and you can download it under the link given there. At its core, it is built on CDOC, CRM, Furberu, and the draft of Records in Context available at the time. In the upper left of this figure, you can see the Furberu axis with work, expression, manifestation, and item. Next to it, you find the subclasses for performing arts with a slight variation in that the Furberu performance appears twice, once as performing arts production and then as an actual performance. In the lower left, we have the provenance documentation of an item according to RIC. Sorry, one or two right. Okay, but what is more interesting, as it actually extends the reference ontology, is right now. I shouldn't have gone back. Wait a second, I just jumped there by hand. Okay, here we are. It's the rendering of agencies in this concrete example. It assigns the different functions involved in performing arts to the different steps of realization: performance work, performance plan, and performing arts production. It also complements the relationship between the performance plan and the play it is based on, beyond a simple incorporation, as it renders the roles defined in the play and their casting in production. The SPA data model, by purpose, is agnostic toward a specific technical implementation and, as comprehensive as it may be, is not complete. It is a stable basis which has evolved into two ambitious projects with different technical bases and different objectives. One is the Wikidata project for performing arts that Beat just mentioned that he initiated. The other is the implementation for the future database of the Swiss Archive of the Performing Arts. The SPA specifications are our implementation of the SPA data model in RDF. It is a work-in-progress documentation which iteratively grows with the migration of our legacy databases. So far, it covers places, persons, groups, venues, and performing arts works, while still lacking some crucial aspects of these. Beside of its commitment to RDF as a technical framework, for our data, the specification makes 3 changes in comparison to the original model. It abstains from introducing own classes and properties, but instead proposes the usage of the original classes and relations as defined by CDOC, CRM, Furberu, and other ontologies. This goes along with the introduction of controlled vocabularies that provide domain-specific knowledge, not covered by the used ontologies. And finally, it suggests the reification of agency in event-based classes instead of qualified relationships. And I will elaborate on this last point now. Going back to the composition of performing arts works in Furberu, it is important to note that the performance work and plan are subclasses of CDOC CRM's conceptual object, while the performance itself is an activity. There are 2 options to introduce further activities as renderings of agency. We can connect work and plan by means of an expression creation entity, and we can split activities like the performance or the expression creation into subordinate activities. This way, the expression creation contains all activities that are production specific but are not happening on the stage. Split into sub-activities, they can be assigned to specific actors, like the production is carried out by a theater as a group, direction is done by a person, and so on. The performance entity, which performs the performance plan, here turns into an abstract event because most statements that can be made about it apply to any performance of the work. Subordinate performance entities are then allowed to make statements about specific performances. This can be the case if an actor was replaced on one occasion or if there is a recording of one specific performance. We use the abstract performance entity to describe the cast of a production and create at least one specific performance entity for the premiere, which then holds the latter's date. Each of these activities that you just saw is not only connected with a higher level activity and an actor who carried it out, it also gets a type from a controlled vocabulary with terms like choreography or costume design and so on, as much as an optional label that supplements the type. An arbitrary comment can also be added. Just think of a performance that does not take place in a theatrical environment and where the person who arranged the space, let's say, holds a credit for installation. In our vocabulary, we have stage design as an activity which comes close to but is not the same as installation. Thus, in this case, the activity would be typed as stage design but labeled as installation to preserve the original information. Activities can also be further contextualized. They can fall within the broader activities like long-term programming of a theater director or the general concept of theater seasons shared by all houses. The here presented way of describing performing arts productions uses only standard classes and properties as defined by CDOC, CRM, and Ferberou. Domain-specific knowledge is outsourced into own vocabularies. Our vocabularies are still under development, the same way as the specification, but can be found online under the link you see there. So, for example, what you see here is a hierarchical vocabulary for activity types, and I'm not going to comment on it, and I know you can't read this, it's not supposed to be readable at the moment. So you can check this out online. But instead of commenting it, I will come close with some open issues we still have. The presented model for describing activities remains incomplete. Two of its most crucial shortcomings are that it omits orders and roles. The question of how to present orders is a problem that is not addressed by the RDF standard, and for which there is no broadly accepted workaround. What makes this even more challenging is that we not only need an option to express orders in RDF, we also need an interface to edit them. And I would say that no model that does not facilitate the editing of its content can be a good model in that way. So we are in a catch-22 situation. Without a standard for describing orders, there is no software to do so, and without such a software, there is no data. The second problem is roles are problematic for other reasons, and to call them problematic here might be surprising, as the SVA data model, as I have briefly shown earlier, does include roles, as you have seen. A weak excuse for our omission of roles in our current specification is that we do not have them in our existing data. We have records of some 65,000 Swiss productions in our database, but these records only list the actors, of course in the correct order, but without their roles. And of course it would be great to easily get a list of all actors who have played a specific role. But this requires to connect the role played on stage with the role defined by the play. Maybe Hamlet will always be Hamlet in some way, but what to do with a production that reduces the number of fairies in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream from 4 to 3? Did they just dispose fairy number 4? Did they merge it with one of the others? To clarify such question is no longer feasible when you are dealing with a large number of productions. So, as I hopefully could show, there has been a slow but steady progress in modeling performing arts, and projects like the one Beat presented and the database we are working on at ZAPA will hopefully support this process. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Berg. Next speaker is Julia Beck. She's an IT girl, one of the rare. She's a developer at Frankfurt University Library, and as part of this project, she implements a web-based search portal for performing arts. And the title of her presentation is Aggregating Performing Arts, representing different collections. So she will give us a different angle. Thanks, Julia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, also for the invitation, Donatella. It's really nice to be here. You said before in your talk that it's so hard to talk to IT people sometimes, and I'm an IT person, so I hope I don't make it too technical and that everyone understands it. But yeah, let's see. I'm going to talk about aggregation, and I'm really trying to give a kind of very practical insight into my everyday work and all the challenges and obstacles that I have when I'm working with aggregating data on performing arts from so many different institutions. So what project I'm working on? It's called, it has a very long name, Specialized Information Service Performing Arts. And what is it about is it aggregates data, metadata from GLAM institutions as libraries, archives and museums that are working with the performing arts domain. At the moment it's especially German-speaking institutions, so it's an international project for Germany, Austria and Switzerland, and it's funded by the German Research Foundation. And what we are doing, I can actually show you a little clip. that shows it a bit nicer, I guess. Can I? Okay. Why is it so? Oh no. So that's the website where the search portal is found for the project that I'm working on. And the pictures that you saw now, the videos, were taken at some of our data providers' houses, like the Theater Museum in Düsseldorf and also in our own library in the special collection for theater. So, back to the presentation. Okay. So, exactly. So if you want to check it out, it's at performing-arts.eu. And what you find there is at the moment the current version, but a new version will come up in the next days with more functionality that I will also talk about today. But you can maybe also check it out now and then come back in 2 weeks or so and then check it out again, and then you see what changed. It will consist of then, at that time, around 800,000 objects, like theater bills, photos, videos, everything that we gathered from all the different data providers. About 60,000 persons, like actors, dancers, directors, 6,000 organizations, and the events, there's still a question mark because I really don't know at the moment how many they are, because this is the part that is still in development, and why is it not reachable yet. So it's about 30,000, I think, but it might come up more in the end as well. And so that you can see a bit, I also have some screenshots attached because I didn't know if I could show it here with Wi-Fi or anything, the portal, so I just made it out like this. And what you see here is a result page from a normal search where you can facet by the data provider, so you can still say, okay, I want all the data from the Theater Museum in Düsseldorf, and then you can just facet by that. You can also facet by material type or by contributor. And when you then click on something, then you get a result with the information about the object. You don't actually have to be able to read this, it's in German anyway, so, but we also have an English version, but it's, of course, the contents are normally in German because I can't like natural language translate it all. So, but yeah, you can see that the most part is in German, but the property names would be in English. So there you have the information about the objects. Here's another object, and what's interesting is in the corner that we have a so-called See Also box. And there's also some more information that it's not only in this part, it's actually a photograph that you can also see in the top corner. And the See Also box is then telling you that there's some related content, like you can go to the description of the production where this photo was taken, and you can also go to the catalog from this data provider, and you can also click on other links like to the data provider, and that you can get more of their content. And when you do that, for example here, that you go to the Theater Museum Düsseldorf, you get a box on the top with information about the institutions, like when they were founded and where they are located and so on. And then you get a lot of more links to other content about them, like from Wikidata and from the German National File and German Digital Library and so on. And then below that, you also get objects that are related to this institution. So here we have like 3,000 hits for the theater museum. In the same manner, we have person pages, let's call it like this, here from a dancer, Rita Sachetto, and there you have like the same picture. You get an image from the person if it exists. It all comes from Wikipedia, the content here. And you also get like all the other additional information where you can find more information about this person. And then again in the corner, everything that is related to her in the search portal that we have. So what is new, because this is already working at the moment, is this part that you also have some kind of description about a performance that you can from an object, click on it, click on a link to an event. And when I said link, you might already hear that it's all based on linked data, what you see here. So you can get linked to an event description of this performance, where you get like the type, that it was a kind of performance, maybe like that it was the premiere, or like the first performance. You get the date and the place, like the theater where it was happening. And then you also get the objects again that are related to that performance. So this all looks very nice, but it was a very long way to get there. We started in 2015, and it still is a kind of hard way, and the challenge you will see now. We have so many data providers, and as I said, it's libraries, archives, and museums. And they come with this. You don't have to understand all these abbreviations, just imagine that all these different institutions, all these different houses has different systems. And those systems come with different kind of metadata formats and standards, depending on where they're from or what they use, if they use like Excel or if they use Access databases or other databases or library systems or whatever. And that comes to with all these different data formats and different standards, we have a lot of challenges in the data. This comes because of all these different backgrounds and expertise and workflows that are in the houses. It's also leading to different scopes and detail of description, by which I mean that some describe certain aspect of the performing arts object that they have in front of them very different than others. Like the focus on what they describe of the object can be very different in the fields. What's also very common is that they have very unstructured data, like free text and very hidden information, which might be, coming back to this scope of description, another institution might describe that information really narrow and really detailed, and the other institution has that information too, but it has it somewhere hidden in other fields, like where you wouldn't expect them, maybe also in some kind of description free text. This is normally the case for performances, actually. What is also a problem is that, especially when the institutions are working with normal Excel tables, that they don't separate entities, like persons, performances, places, and so on. That they have like one row for all the information, which makes it kind of complicated later on to understand, especially when you have a field like date. Like what kind of date is that? Is it the date when the object was manufactured? Is this the date when the object was published? Or if it's a date that's like the birth date of the person, or if it's the date of the performance, or you can imagine so many things. Also that normally when you don't have like certain descriptions, like what is called authority data, by the way, when you describe just the person, for example, that you don't have identifiers for that when you don't like describe it in a certain or in like an extra scope. And the problem that is so often the case is that there's no documentation of the fields, like what do they actually mean, because there's very often semantics behind it, but it's not given. And when another person comes, or also even in the institution itself, if one person gets retired or something, then the knowledge is gone, because there's no documentation on what the field means. So why is that a problem? I kind of already told you, but the different data formats and standards, and I also called it different perspectives, because it's very common that houses focus on either performances and the productions, or they focus on the object. And this makes really a difference in what kind of data you have in the end. If it's the performance that is described and there are objects related to it, or if you describe an object and this object belongs to a performance. So what is really needed because of that are many conversions and many mappings that are very many steps normally, and this is always a potential loss of information if you have to do so many conversion steps. So this is a potential risk exactly as this different scope and detail of description, that you can really leave a very confused user behind when the person is using the search portal, that he would maybe expect to find some data because some data providers have that and other data providers don't have that information. So why don't I get it here but I get it there? So this is always a kind of trap for users. Especially, or like combined all the other set that like unstructured data, no relations, no entities, that it's always harder to find the desired information, of course, if you don't know, if it's not structured that way. Yeah, this is what I already said. And then comes a very typical thing also, I didn't mention that before, all these other traps, which might also be because why, the vocabularies and ontologies are so important, because all these different spellings that you sometimes have in the data, like what does it say, actor or actress, or does it say photo or photography or photos, or does it say portray photo? And when you want to do faceting on photos, it's really hard to find photos then, when you have so many different names for the same thing. So it's very much normalization needed. So what is needed is structured data, because this is really a requirement if you want to have a search that works really well, if you want to find your information. So it is important that it's structured. It's even more important, and I will skip that part now, that this information that you want to find is uniquely identified, but there will be a talk on persistent identifiers, and I kind of assume that something like this comes up there. So I will skip that. And if you have to uniquely identify the entities you have later on, when you try to match it against authority data or ontologies, this is a lot of manual work. As an IT person, I can tell you it's very prone to error when you try to do it automatically. It's possible, but you don't want to, what do you call that, overmatch. You can find stuff that is not what you wanted to automatically match. So, when you have structured data, you can do really great things. And I think we saw this a bit today, but I will show you one more use case. That you, for example, have a photo like this one from the production Léonce and Lena, where you have a person, and she was, this photo was present at, I will come to that later, where this is a bit strange, but that's okay. And this production had a director, it had a set designer. You can go on to a related play, Léonce and Lena, that was written by Georg Büchner. He had another play as well, Wojciech. But you can also go like further from Gustav Lindemann, the director of Léonce and Lena. He was also director of another production called Ghosts by Ibsen, the famous author. And there you can find maybe in the search portal some other photo of this production and another performance that you might find from another data provider. And there we also have the theater bill. So you can kind of imagine a user story when you don't like only search, but that you can follow all these links and find out more and more and more. What you also can do with structured data is something like this, that you have some kind of map. I think we saw that yesterday as well. For example, here, Komische Oper Berlin. When you have structured data, you can do all kind of map visualization, but for that you definitely need some kind of identification of the organization, but also of the place, like the coordinates, to do that. So, some practical hints. There might be someone in the audience who actually has their own data collection, so I thought I might give you a little checklist. What is important, and as I said, this might come later, provide unique identifiers and use authority data or control vocabularies. It makes it so much easier afterwards. Like we had it yesterday, Anna Pavlova, which Anna Pavlova is that is so important. Also, that you try syntax and semantics in your data. It's really important to know what you're talking about and to also document what it is. And choose property names wisely is also a thing, like with the date, that can be everything. And also we have, I mean, our portal provides the data then as linked open data, and we have some data providers who really have a hard time with that because in their database there's also internal information that is not supposed to go out. And if you really combine this with your data, this is really hard to take it out again. So try to have internal information somewhere else, maybe not in your object description. And yeah, separate entities, I said that before, but also keep the relations between them, which you can do by identifying them, of course. So, and now the last part, behind the scenes a bit at least, I wanted to talk about data models and so on. I heard so much about Europeana today, or I didn't really understand it actually because my Italian is not existent, but I heard that the Europeana was a bit criticized. I will have a kind of commercial blog for Europeana because I actually used their model for our old data and it's really working well. It's very flexible and extensible, it's universal, and it's interoperable. It makes us able to map all the different kinds of cultural heritage objects, and from all these different institutions, it works really well for that purpose. And as I said, it's or I didn't say that, but it's RDF-based, so we can publish the data as linked open data, and it gives also our small institutions like the small museums and archives that are involved the opportunity to publish their data in the German Digital Library and in Europeana. Because, of course, it's their data model, so they use it as well, so we can just easily give them the opportunity to export to them as well and like higher their visibility. We don't use Europeana data model just like that. We use a variant that is called Digital Manuscripts to Europeana, so DM2E. It has more possibilities for us regarding describing, for example, theater bills and other like flat content, let's call it like this, like posters and everything that is in manuscript form. But it also gives us all the power of EDM. And we actually use eClub as a namespace, because when we started in 2015, there was no SPA data model or other like important data models on performing arts. There was nothing like this. We just found eClub, and it at least gave us the opportunity to use properties like custom designer and director. All this didn't exist as a namespace, so we choose eClub for that. About the Europeana data model, just a very basic knowledge on what it's about. You have the aggregation, where you can describe your aggregation, like who's the data provider, what rights are involved, and then link the physical objects to this aggregation and also a digital one. The physical object is described in the provided CHO, where you can give a title, extent, description, and so on. And then you have the digital resources or the digital assets in the web resource. And then you also have contextual classes where you can describe all the entities involved, like the persons who are involved, organization, places, the date, and event, which is really good for performing arts, of course, that you can describe a performance there and link it to the object, and concepts, as subject headings and so on. So, the workflow, how does it work? I wrote raw data here. Someone said yesterday raw data is not a thing. I think raw data is a thing. In the beginning, I do some pre-processing, as I said, normalization, some merging, chunking, some conversion to XML, which is important in the beginning to just get somewhere and to make the data somehow similar in the beginning to just be able to work with it, because it comes from so many different systems. And then I map it to EDM. And there's already some kind of parsing involved because, as I said, some information is a bit hidden in the data, so there's already something going on there. And then I have the EDM version of the data, which is RDF-based. And then comes the enriching step, where it is enriched with authority data via the GND, which is the German authority data file. And this gives us the opportunity to have all these links from Wikidata and all those that you saw before, because the GND is already a controlled vocabulary that gives us all these links and all this other information about persons, about places, about concepts, and also performances. So in this enriched EDM goes then into the search portal, and we indexed it in two different cores, the authority index for all the authority information and the object index for the object information. The technologies used, just briefly, is Viewfind as a discovery system that has Apache Solr as a search engine. We use BaseX as an XML database for really blazingly fast access of the content and fast manipulation of the data, and then also OpenRefine for reconciliation and the matching of just literal strings to authority files. So now just in words, it's also my last slide, I think. So from this original data to linked data, we start by pre-processing. As I said, we normalize it, get rid of some mistakes, and preferably also give the results back to the data provider. This is sometimes not possible because of financial situations in the house, or that they don't have an IT person who can actually give it, write it back to the original database. But we try to always give back the results so that the data provider can also work with the data again. And then there's some parsing and mapping involved, transforming, as I said. And this is really the step that requires the most work, I would say, because it really needs thorough analysis of the original data and really understanding it, like all the semantics behind it, to be able to properly map it to EDM. And also, of course, the matching is only something that we can do half automatic. We actually have a librarian that checks the results of the automatic match if it's correct, like what was matched. If Anna Pavlova is that Anna Pavlova and not the other one. Yeah, so please visit the search portal. I hope you could follow the presentation and give us your feedback.
Thank you, Julia. And the last speaker of the session is Emanuele Bellini. He is from the Center of Cyber Physical System. He is also in Mathema, that is a company related to the Khalifa University. And he is a researcher at the University of Florence in the Department of Engineering. and it was involved in most of the projects that have been mentioned during the morning and the afternoon, ECLAP, Europeana, Rinascimento Digitale. So
yes,
the floor is yours.
Unfortunately.
Whatever.
Okay. Good afternoon. Before start, I would say two things. The first one that surprised me is that someone used a CLAP namespace. That maybe I am one of the designer of this namespace. So very nice that someone out of the consortium start to work with the CLAP namespace. The second one is related to the quality assessment of the archives. I did a presentation 7-8 years ago, let's say, an assessment of the open archives worldwide, and I found the same issues that you find now. So nice to know that nothing changes in 7-8 years about the quality of the metadata implementation. Okay, I'm going to present you something related to persistent identifiers. The title is linked to open science, but you can apply the concept also to the performing arts as well. Maybe you know what is a persistent identifiers. What is important to understand is related to the concept of reproducible research. So it is very important that as soon as you publish something as an article or whatever, is someone else should reread what or to re-verify what you claim in your article following some links. This is true for physics, this is true for medicine, maybe it should be true also for performing arts, because if you produce a book or something like that, I really would like to see which is the source of your work. And this is related to the, let's say, data sets citation. So not just of the result of data elaboration, but also to share the information, the raw data, let's say, or the source of data used for extract your results. So it is very important, in particular, in the open access, that the resources should be in some way trusted in terms of, okay, I should be clear that the resource that I retrieve from internet are exactly what has been published and not altered because of any other things. As you know, of an article, you could find a lot of versions, preprint, postprint, pre-preprint, something similar to the preprint and stuff like that. And so you risk to be forced to retrieve only the final version from the publisher, pay something. So this is not the path that the open access, the open data, the open movement wants to follow. So that is very important that the resource that we want to be published in open access should be somehow certified. And to do that is important to adopt the persistent identifiers. Maybe you already know DOI, handle, and national bibliography number, and other links like that are critical because to be used, something like that, because through this identifier is you obtain not only the possibility to landing to the object, but also other information surrounding the object itself. That could be metadata, that could be the owner of the object, and other kind of information. So as you can see, there are a lot of identifiers in the world. This is just a subset, but there are many others. One for anyone for each kind of domains. For the generic one is DOI and handle, but then you have LSID for life science, OASIS for the OASIS content, ISBN for the book, EPTC, and blah, blah, and stuff like that. So what is important is to understand which is the right identifier that you need to adopt. Because it's important to stay within your community, and if your community already decided which is the persistent identifier is important to be adopted, or somehow to stay connected with the scientific domain you are related to. If you have a scientific domain that could include more communities, are going to use that. Of course, DOI is a general purpose, so you could have from engineering to physics to many others, but there are others that are more specific. What we consider, this is a definition coming from the works of Rinascimento Digitale, is a glorious and famous, let's say, foundation that was closed in 2015, but pushed in Italy and in Europe the wind of the persistent identifiers. We were one of the first organizations in Europe to promote the adoption of persistent identifiers at many different levels, in particular on cultural heritage domain, including museum, libraries, archives, and also performing arts. The step ahead that we did is to introduce the term of trusted, because when we start to work on that, the unique term was persistent identifier. Trusted means that we should go ahead respect to the simple technology implementation. So there is no technology that can be reliable per se. So you need to have an organization, a commitment behind the support and of the service that you want to provide. Commitment could be of the organization that provide the service, but also of the community that decide to adopt the identifier. Without a community, identifiers not make sense. So there are a number of identifiers defined, standardized, but no one use it. So this is very important also to have someone that decide to use that. Okay, there are some criterias that we can consider to evaluate the identifier in terms of trustworthiness. This is, of course, the scope, the standardization, the resolvable. So it is important that there is a workable resolution service online, so that I can use the alphanumeric string, and then I receive back something that could be direct to the object, or metadata and the object, or any other things. But what is important is to obtain a service back. That this should be reliable. So this is also very important that the persistent identifier is supported by a clear identify organization or authority. In the past, Tim Berners-Lee tried to push Kuluri or stuff like that. That is a sort of self-claimed, let's say, persistence of the URI. So, but at the end of the day, Kuluri is dead, and many others are dead. So what survives in the domain now is only persistent identifiers supported by a strong organization behind, like a DOI, for instance. And sustainable, because it's not make sense to start with a very important, huge infrastructures that after 2-3 years run out of the business. And the risk is that you have tons of contents identified by the unidentified that no one is able to resolve anymore. So this is very important to consider before to adopt something. We develop, let's say, a model that in somehow guide you to understand how to implement a trustworthy persistent identifier service. For sure, you need to have the bottom layer is the technology, then organization, finance, community, and mandate. Mandate is what the community assign a rule to the organization in order to act for them. So this is very important. Without a mandate, for instance, the UI is an informal mandate because they have a commercial power. All the publishers organize among them and they push the solution, so they win in this sense. But without that, for instance, for National Bibliography Number that was promoted by national libraries, the mandate was given by the law because of the legal deposit. Who the identifiers that does not the community support or the mandate, they have no chance to survive in the long run. Of course, finance and organization is a default consideration that needs to consider. Then persistent identifiers implementation risk. So if you not to implement a trust model, you risk to have the following fails. So failing define technological requirements, failing predicting adapting the growth evolution of the service, failing technology to become obsolete, failing in define the appropriate organization model, failing determine the cost, and blah blah. So if you want to select an appropriate identifier service, you need to consider if they are addressed this kind of risk. If you want to, as Donatella wants, let's say, to implement a service, you need to consider this risk and then address them in also in appropriate way. Okay, the persistent identifiers works very well for simple content. So papers, PDF, and stuff like that. Now we are in the era of the big data, complex data, dynamics data. The service is not so easy, and not they should adapt the quality, the level of service for that. For instance, what's happened if I needed to cite a data that continuously change? That is true for physics, let's say. For instance, just think about an experiment that continues to grow the data sets according to the sample that you have from the experiments. Then you need in some way, and you want to cite the data sets at what time this data set is going to be cited. Because if you cite today, tomorrow is changed. And if someone wants to reapply your experiments, it's important to understand at what time they, let's say, or which is the dimension, which is the view of the data sets that is considered. Or let's say thinking about the versioning, because, okay, version 1, version 2, version 3, this is also another method to manage different, the evolution of the information along the time. Think about the segmentations. Now, after these slides, I will show you how the CERN manage their. This is a very extreme example, but somehow is related to who works with the multimedial contents, because you have a picture, you have videos, you have videos annotated with the subparts. You want to cite a single frame or a period of frames. You want to extract semantics of the gesture and then connect it to any other things. Okay, how I can cite all these specific parts? This is a challenge that needs to be taken into account. So the complexity, or also the sensor relocation, because if you think about the Internet of Things, and the sensor is changed from one IP to another one, but the sensor is the same but is not related to the same IP. Or I replace the sensor with another one, so into the same IP I have another sensor that produces a different spectrum of value. So all this stuff, once you want to go back to how the data are created, you have a challenge, because it's not anymore possible to reapply the same methods and verify if what you state in the article is correct or not. Another interesting thing is related to the change of custody. So my organizations run out of business because money is finished. or because was taken over by another organization, and my archives is going to be destroyed or passed to another organizations. What's happened to the identifier that point to that? I'm not anymore the owner, I'm not anymore the responsible for that. This ownership is changed, and this should be, and the persistent identifiers somehow should inform the end user about this change. Because also the condition about the preservation of the contents could be changed. Okay, so it's important to make all this information transparent for the users. As I said, LHC example, tons of different kind of data are generated from the experience. Raw data, Monte Carlo data, event, summary data, general, custom, blah, 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 okay? Many. How can be cited, for instance, this kind of data sets? You can assign a DOI, CERN does in this way, assign a DOI to a data set that is composed by 359 different subparts, but the DOI is just one. But if you want to cite one of the 359, how you can do that? And also the responsibility to translate from the DOI to the page with the real context is demanded to the CERN. So the CERN provides you just a landing page with the metadata, with some other information, with the list of the data sets. But if this data sets is going to be moved in other parts because of change the conditions of the server for the dataset maintenance. And if you use the URL to cite the single dataset in your article, this dataset in 3-4 years should be no longer available, because the life of the URL on internet is more about 3-4 years. After 3-4 years, the URL is broken, and you receive the famous 404 error. Okay, so it's important to consider also this thing. Another work that we did in the past was related to the persistent identifiers interoperability. This was did in the Aparsen. Maybe some of you knows this project, is aware about this project. Aparsen was a big network of excellence dedicated to the preservation of the network of the data sets in science, and we try to understand how to put all of these different persistent identifiers together, because some of them point to the same resources, or some of them point to the same resource, to the same copies of the resources, because or point of the same location or the same resources, but in different place, or let's say there was other or one persistent identifier is the let's say the father of other persistent identifiers that instead of going to be devoted to identify subparts of the same content. So there is a semantic relationship between them, but this relationship is not explicit in any way, because they are two different domains. Okay, so we try to figure out this kind of issues, and the idea was to create, to make a mega semantic mapping, blah blah, and with generating with a number of same-as triples for them, creating a co-reference table. This was an example, just to give you an idea. I speed up my presentation because okay, this was a demonstrator. Unfortunately, it was a demonstrator. This demonstrator, once the project finished and since the foundation was closed, the demonstration closed as well, because we developed internally. And this was work in collaboration with the CERN. So the intended outcome of this approach was having a common resolution. So with a unique entry point, you could use DOI, handle, MBM, blah blah, and obtain back the information that you are looking for. or you have a resolution to multi-part resolution, or create an added value service, for instance, like research career management, because each time that you want to apply for a position, you need to start to look at your huge number of publications around if you have not saved somehow, somewhere, and then instead in this way you could immediately, using your ORCID or using your persistent ID, retrieve immediately the list of all your publications using persistent identifiers. So work at not metadata, but work at persistent identifiers level. Okay, so in this way creating the connection between IDs. In Italy, we implemented the national bibliography number. This service is also available in Germany, in Finland, Holland, and some other in other countries in Europe, not many, but the scope of the service is to assign a persistent identifiers to all the resources that start to be treated for long-term preservation with the legal deposit by the National Library. So each content that is going to be submitted to the National Library for long-term preservation will receive an NBN. So each time that online you see an NBN IT, this means that that resource is also present for long-term preservation at the National Library. This is useful because if the university or if the archives, the owner of the resource, decide to withdraw in the custody of the content, at least a copy of the contents will be retrievable from the National Library. So in this sense, the NBN has an iconic value because it means identification plus preservation. This is not true for DOI. This is not true for handle. This is not true for any other identifier available on the market. It's only true for NBN IT. And what is important is free of charge. That is definitely not true for DOI. The intended persistence of NBN is at 3 levels: persistence of the identifier itself, persistence of the association URN URL, and persistence of reference of the object that needs to be retrieved. This is an example of the architectures, but there are some problems about that. There is centralized the cost, are centralized the commitment, is centralized the organization, so this means a single point of failure. Is needed to manage offline agreement among organizations and blah blah. So how we can deal with this? Which is the new things that I'm going to propose you this afternoon, is start to consider the blockchain. And because blockchain implemented many of the mechanisms that we already implemented in the National Library of Florence, but with tons of different tools. And so you have a distributed consensus ledger, you have a distributed organization, so this means that we can distribute also the commitment. And this is very important for the long-term sustainability. Is an immutable transaction log. You have no one point of failure, and you have a security by design. This is also very important because because of a cybersecurity attack, you destroy a registry. Okay, you could spend 1-2 weeks to recover all these times. This means that the service should be down for a while, and I think that is not acceptable in the 2019. So instead, if we move towards solutions that are secured by design, is a more desirable approach. What we recommend is a 3rd generation blockchain, so not Bitcoin, not Ethereum, but for instance Hyperledger. That is not needed to have a coin, so it's a coinless solution. Is a business-oriented blockchain, so it means that all the actors needs to be authenticated to take part of the network, so differently from Ethereum that anyone can join and can interact with that. And it's possible to implement channels, so to preserve privacy among the organizations that are connected. Which are the benefits? You save time, because what is did now offline can be automated through smart contracts. Reduce the cost because, of course, is an all-in-one solution, so you don't need to have many solutions, many features around, or many tools to have the same level of security, and at the end is not the same. Reduce the risk also for tampering, fraud, and blah blah, and increase trust because the view of the data is shared. So National Library, for instance, has its own, as is the registry, but the registry is also accessible by all the organizations that are connected to the network. So the transactions are visible to who is entitled to see that. So this is a matter of trust and transparency in the service interaction. So blockchain interact at these 3-4 levels, and so that sustain the model. Is about sharing, replicated, and permissions among different organizations. The permission blockchains, the main features are, shared ledger, privacy, consensus, and smart contracts. And in particular, smart contracts are the very interesting, I'm going to jump these things, the very interesting part. Because smart contract is like a script that can be executed in in a distributed way, and you can encode the business logic or the business process with the script, and in this way you can embed your business logic of your process or whatever within a secure infrastructures. So now, for instance, you have the engine for execute a business process, and then you have the database. Then these two things are combined together so that you have a secure business process that can be executed distributedly among all the actors. So, how the smart contracts can be used in persistent identifiers? For instance, for the organization NBN, if we want to consider NBN agreement, instead of having offline registration, you could have online through automatic process, or automatic management verification of complex criteria for access and reuse, because all the contents that are stored in the National Library could have their own rights for exploitation. So you could read the first 10 pages, the last 10 pages, the last 3, 4, 5, but not the 7, or you have the embargo of 3 years, 1 year. So there are tons of situations in which the access to the information are not totally open. And to manage all this number of different scenarios can be automated through blockchain, instead of parameterize hand by hand every single content. In fact, when you work with 1 million of different objects, is not possible anymore. Change of custody tracking, this is perfect because blockchain is just designed for ownership changing in ownership transaction, persistent identifier generation, authenticity check of the or provenance, metadata update. So each event that occurs to the record or to the object can be tracked on the blockchain. This means that at the end you can retrieve information that are certified, that are you are sure that no one altered what you are retrieving. That is a matter of trustworthiness that persistent identifiers, I think, should go in the direction. A possible architecture, for instance, that is just to give a view of for the future, the ASPA blockchain-based solution could be done in this way. We can create a consortium, for instance, about who is willing to join. For each member of the consortium, you will have a node that execute a part of the blockchains, and then we offer a service to the organization that will run a client of the blockchains in which they can call all the service that we want to provide in automatic way. So you can embed the service in the archives, and then you can track all the changes that the organization apply to their archives in automatic way, in an untampered way and in a cost-effective way. This is also very important. What are the challenging but the opportunities? Of course, blockchain is an emerging technology. But some of the solutions are already mature enough to be used in an operational way. Evolving regulatory status, this is true, but at the time, right now, at European level, there is a huge movement that wants to regulate the blockchain somehow. There is an ISO 307 working group for the standardization. In Italy, you know, there is the government produces some laws about blockchain so that all what is stated in the blockchain has a low value. And volume of growth for storage, because you need to understand that the growth or the volume of what you are storing, since you are not able to change nothing, is growing. But of course, there are some solutions that start to understand how to prune and to reduce. And what is important is to design the blockchain in order to minimize the information to be stored there. This is very important. In the blockchain, it's not going to be stored raw data, but the hash of the raw data or stuff like that. So it's very important to understand where to use it and how to use it. Cultural readiness level, this is true, but a number of courses online, you can find a lot of things, mini master, big master courses, whatever, are already available. Long-term sustainability not proven. This is true because a real application started in the 2015, more or less. But, you know, sharing commitment reduce the risk, as we said. So we have a good, we are confident that through the blockchain we have a better, we can create a better organization for a long-term vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emanuele, for this. No, it was okay. So now it's really time for questions. Any question? Don't be shy.
Thank you very much for your papers, because they were very interesting, and I imagine that the problem is the same, and how Beth wrote, there are different ways to solve the same problem. And the first big problem is the big data and and the heterogeneity of this data. And for example, you have created in Wiki project, Wikipedia, this very important repository, but the problem Julia explained very well is there are a lot of things, and so we must decide how organize, how to choose. There's a lot of things. For example, if you put into your repository theater, events, all production, you have a lot of material, a lot of data, and so, for my opinion, it's very difficult to try to choose or to solve the way to organize this amount of data, if my poor opinion. And the second, I think Birk analyzed this problem with another point, because I think Birk is an artist and philosophy, and so he can analyze the problem in another way. I think it's more similar, excuse me for my English, like the humanistic approach to analyze the problem and to research and solve. And so I ask you, all you, are there a way to create a comfortable, flexible, suitable platform of the performing international arts or not? And thank you very much for Emanuele che mi ha creato il codice con il blockchain.
Yes, Bert is trying to find the right slide. There we go.
So your question was about the single platform, if I understand well? No. There will be many platforms, like from a user perspective. But it will be the same interlinked database behind it, based on a shared ontology. But forget about building one platform for everybody, like for the 20 stakeholder perspectives you saw before. Forget about that.
Maybe one thing to add here is that maybe we have to develop a consciousness about what kind of data sets we are talking about, or what's the purpose. I mean, I have a feeling that, especially through the day, we saw very different data sets. Well, if you go back to the Russian examples this morning, where it's basically the data set is a reconstruction of something. So it tries to be as faithful to some original event as possible. While at the other extreme, maybe we have, if we look at Julia's data, I would say that's more a finding aid. So it's not supposed to preserve any kind of culture in a way. It's not supposed to even to represent a collection, maybe. Or so in our case, it's more about representing a collection. So we have these different levels, kind of abstraction. And I think that's something we don't have to forget. And we mix all these data sets.
And my current customers, they want to sell performance to the public. So it's yet a completely different use case. And of course you will have different applications to interact with the data. But as I said before, a lot of the data is actually the same. It's the information about which kind of production, which kind of representation, who is performing what, by whom, when, at which place. And that's at the core of all these data sets. And then you may add some additional information which are not interesting for some people, but for others it is. For example, the price for an entry. Are there still available seats? For you as a researcher, researching stuff that was like in the 50s or whatever, it's not interesting. I find it, however, quite inspiring what I heard also yesterday, like this development that the live experience of a performance is being extended by an online experience into material, about the performance, about artists, that probably has a lot of overlaps with the material you are interested when you're trying to kind of understand the production process or try to reconstruct an older performance. So again, it's a history of overlaps. It's a story of overlapping data. So it should develop into a story of cooperation, of collaboration. But it does not mean that we will venture to provide one single view on the whole thing that is supposed to serve everybody. That it's not going to happen.
If I can comment, my understanding, I'm completely ignorant in this field, so my understanding of the vision of Donatella would be, is it possible to have the Google of the performing arts? When I say Google, I mean some entry point that is somehow reliable, given all the complexity that is underneath, that can adapt to my level or request, my intention, which means, well, at least using, at least at a level that is not really elementary, like my mom could do. But if you want, you can frame your search in Google according to several metadata, your previous research, if you are logged into the browser, according to several characteristics of your profile, and so on and so forth. But it's still the same entry point. So everyone has his own entry point that collects data around, I don't know if I made myself clear.
Yeah, I don't know either, but we'll find that in the process. If talking about Google, Google finds and represents the data that has been modeled somewhere and represented somewhere. So in areas where you have very sophisticated data models behind the data that is presented online, Google kind of represents the structured data in the way they show it to you. So if we improve the way we actually present performing arts data, we will improve the way Google presents it to us. So that's the Google question. Now, is the Google approach enough? Google is a search engine for anybody. So, but then probably we'll have more, it's on the left-hand side. So afterwards we'll have like encyclopedias. It's a different way of accessing a knowledge base. So yeah, we will integrate this data to a certain extent into Wikipedia. But then there are cultural agendas, and that's maybe another use case. And there's archival search systems where maybe you will exactly find the way Donatella sees the dissection of all these objects that document the performance, like from before the actual performing, during and after. And it's possible to show it in this way if the data behind it has been modeled this way and is there. So where are the main challenges? I think the main challenges are maybe creating the right user interface that is attractive, but the big challenge is getting the data. Like, you want to have all these digitized objects at your fingertips. That means if it's like sitting in many different institutions, means convincing all these institutions to digitize, to make it available, to sign up to the same infrastructure with also distributed access, identity and access management, because most of these objects are copyrighted. The institutions holding them are not allowed to show them online for everybody. So they're maybe allowed to show them online to educators and researchers upon authentication. So it's not so much that these technologies don't exist, they do exist, but sell them to all these institutions holding the documents and have them sign up to the same strategy and implement the same technology. So I think that kind of boils down to that second principle of mine, is like go for the low-hanging fruits. Like define a project that you can achieve within 1 year, and that gives you some benefits. Does that answer the question? But there might be more answers to that. Get the microphone. No,
the microphone is coming. They're recording.
About what you said, it's true that especially when we are talking about online resources, there is a big issue with copyrights. But we as historians often works with stuff which has no copyrights problems, and sometimes even if an archive doesn't want to put its documents online, still it might be useful for us to know that there is that document connected to that performance, and that you can find it in that archives, and you might have not the proper document, but maybe a small icon and all the metadata, so that as an historian you can know if you want to go there and see more. I don't know if I understood.
That's a first step, of course, and for some use cases that's already useful, especially for researchers who just want to go and see a few of these documents and then they travel to that one archive. But think of Alexander who's trying to build a website with many reconstructions of plays, and for each of these plays, I don't know how many documents you have. I guess for Borodin's and Meyerhold's production, there must be 1,000 plus documents or 2,000 plus documents, and you're probably in the lucky situation that in this case they're maybe just distributing among 2 or 3 institutions. But what if they're distributed among 5, 6 institutions across several continents? Are you going to ask from the researchers to travel around the world just because some archivist thinks that they don't bother to actually put their stuff online? So, depending on the use case, what seems acceptable for one person becomes completely unacceptable and unfeasible and idiotic from the point of view of a different person and their use case.
Of course, I think it's always a matter of the user point of view. So for an historian sometimes, to travel around the world and to look into archives is not so idiotic. But thank you. I did not fully understand what you said earlier. What I'm saying is that to have a model that connects all the documents to a performance is still useful for our point of view as historians. So I don't know if I was clear enough.
I totally confirm you. Okay. For some historians, that's perfectly enough, and especially for the way historians have used to work so far. That's perfectly enough, because you have been but you typically have been restricted by having access only to a few archives. But nowadays, with new technologies, we would also have new possibilities to do analysis on
big data,
bigger amounts of data. So that would actually open up new stories. But I totally agree with you. Like if we focus on low-hanging fruits. If you say, I mean, you saw the the archival use cases. One of them is just to kind of tell people, like, look, we have not only just one finding. Well, we don't have a finding aid per institution, but we have an interconnecting finding aid, which doesn't do more than what you're suggesting, like telling the researcher in which institution they will find more information. And then they have to contact them, try to get access, find out how to do that, apply for money to do the traveling, etc., etc. Well, the only thing I'm saying is like we're still then a bit away from Donatella's vision of having all this stuff at your fingertips.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question, comments? Okay. Well, then I have one last curiosity. Since Emanuele mentioned the blockchain and all this buzzword, I'll throw from my hat another one that is AI. So, since I guess Julia was mentioning the different structures of metadata, etc., and the fact that there was a librarian, a physical woman or man, who was checking if the metadatation, I don't know, so the catalog, the matching is correct, etc. I was wondering if someone already came out with this AI idea of analyzing data and removing the human intervention.
I know that already exists. In some libraries, they already try to experiment with artificial intelligence at some point, but I don't know. At some point, I guess the technology will be so far that it kind of can replace a human being in that point, but I guess we are not there yet.
From my side, I could say that this Canadian company, Culture Crates, they're scraping data from theater websites, like the program data, and they're using machine learning to improve their algorithm to kind of recognize. Well, it's basically this data extraction module, and then right now it's the machine that does part of the work, and then it shows the result to the actual institution. They're able to react on it, to correct it, or to say that some fields are experimental or whatever, don't show them. And then this information will be fed back to the algorithm, hopefully improving over time. So that's the intention. What we have also seen this year in March, I think, at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, cooperating with Wikimedia Commons and Wikidata, starting to recognize objects on images. And of course, the approach is to kind of analyze also the metadata that goes with it, and kind of comparing it with an existing knowledge graph, which in case of Wikidata is kind of the whole Wikidata information, but you could also think of base registers where you can see what would be acceptable or existing values, and then kind of use machine learning to improve the hit rate. And then it's a question of probability, how many right hits you want to have. Is 99% okay, or do you want to go for more? Or where do you introduce a human checking the results? So it's on its way, but it's at a very early stage, I would say.
L'ultima parte di questa conferenza, prima che si concluda, di solito si fa alla fine, però permettetemi di dire due cose adesso. Ho chiesto a Alex Barchiesi perché, come si dice in romanesco, non in italiano, io sono totalmente fusa tra inglese, russo, italiano, adesso mi sta venendo fuori anche un'altra lingua, quindi...
So basically I'll try to translate.
Così ho chiesto il piacere ad Alex di tradurre quello che sta dicendo.
I should be sitting over there.
Allora, volevo innanzitutto ringraziare le persone che sono qui presenti e senza le quali io non avrei potuto fare tutto questo.
So first of all, I want to thank all the people that are here, without whom I would never been able to do everything I did.
Paola Coppola, di Economia, Damiano Ru, Damiano?
The one with the luggage.
Damiano, grazie. E i nostri meravigliosi tecnici, che sono tecnici dell'Università di Tor Vergata, ma diciamo rappresentano il GAR dentro l'Università di Tor Vergata, che sono Fabrizio Mazzei, Gianluca Loffa, che dovrebbe stare da qualche parte là dietro, e poi Marco Razzi, che fisicamente non è presente, ma ha collaborato con tutti noi. Grazie veramente di cuore.
So thanks to all the technicians which are borrowed from the university, etc. The names are the same.
Allora, cominciamo questo workshop alla fine di una sessione estremamente tecnica, però estremamente importante.
Okay, we start this workshop after this session, after the end of the session, which was extremely intense but extremely interesting.
E il lavoro che è stato svolto da Beth Easterman, Birk Weiberg, Giulia Beck e Emanuele Bellini, io lo ritengo di grandissima importanza ed è un lavoro immenso che e spero sia per noi punto di partenza e di incontro, se non personalmente come me, con il mondo del teatro e delle arti dello spettacolo, per portare a termine, a compimento nel migliore dei modi questo desiderio di creare una possibilità di rendere fruibile e soprattutto dissemination quello che è il patrimonio culturale diviso, smembrato e difficilmente diciamo conoscibile da tutti.
Okay, I'll try to summarize a little bit.
Thank
you. So basically, the work of the previous speakers is extremely important and extremely interesting, and I hope that it will. Sorry, I try to take notes, but. That it will continue and accomplish all the goals that will realize my desire of creating possibilities and dissemination of in this field, something like that. Sorry.
E adesso ho il piacere di presentarvi Simone Bessi, che è il proprietario, l'amministratore delegato della sartoria cineteatrale Anna Mod, che ci presenterà una realtà importantissima nel suo campo in Italia
Okay.
e all'estero.
I have the pleasure of introducing you Simone Bessi, who is the owner and the administrator of the I don't know the name of it.
Anna Mode Costumes.
Okay, Anna Mode Costume.
Anna Mode Foundation.
Okay, Anna Mode Foundation Costume, and will.
I will let you know.
È una realtà importante del Made in Italy.
Okay,
in
which
Italia
is sorry again, which is a very important reality of in this field of Made in Italy.
Ok. Silvia Capasino, che rappresenta il teatro di Roma, noto come anche Teatro Argentina, ed è la responsabile dell'archivio, giusto? Ma non solo, perché si occupa di rapporti e di attività culturali a livello nazionale e internazionale.
Okay, Silvia Cabasinos, who is the responsible of the cultural activities of the Rome Theater, previously known as Teatro Argentina. Teatro National Theater. Okay, fine.
E poi abbiamo Valeria Gaveglia, che è stata, Valeria Gaveglia è una, una nostra studentessa di Tor Vergata, laureata in discipline dello spettacolo, che è una delle pochissime che ha trovato lavoro nel settore disciplinare per cui ha studiato.
And Valeria Gaviglia, she's a student from the same University of Donatella, Tor Vergata, who is one of the rare students who found the job in the field of studies, which is disciplines for performing arts.
Ok. Allora, adesso lasciamo la parola a Simone Bessi. Ringrazio Alex Barchiesi perché sia Simone che Silvia e Valeria hanno la possibilità di parlare sia in italiano che in inglese, quindi ecco, e quindi si procederà tranquillamente in maniera tale da poter interagire con il pubblico italiano, inglese e anche russo che è presente in sala. La parola a Simone.
Good afternoon. I am Simone Bessi, and as Donatella said, I'm the owner and the CEO of Anamode Costumes. This is a workshop, so I was invited for a workshop, so it will be more easy. It's not so technique and more technical. I would like to tell you how does it work. My company, our company is a company that was established by my grandmother in 1946, and we used to make newly made and rent costume from 1946 since nowadays. We used to rent a costume for all over the world for different kind of movie or performing act and arts. And so it was when I began to work in Anamode in 1994. I'm the third generation, so it changed a lot in that period. When I began, was very important to change our mind and try to understand how to take our archive out of our stock. We have a stock of 200,000 costumes, items, and now we have online 6,000 costumes that you can have. You can try to select by different period or different kind of items. It was a very, very, very difficult way to arrive in this. Because at the beginning, everybody didn't accept this kind of experience, because everybody said that no, it's impossible to make this. But in 20 years now, we are the only one costume house that has an archive that can be where we can have research all over the world. We made different movies in Russia with Ekaterina, or in UK. In UK, we used to work a lot. Even in Spain, or even in USA. And today, I would like to show you our archive, and it's a workshop, so we can have a different scambio, change of ideas and mind. I don't know if you want to. At the beginning, I have 5 minutes of a video of our work. I don't know if you like and you are interested in this. I can show you how we made, our work is not the archive. Our work is a costume house, so we have to make newly made costumes. In this video, I can show you a Turandot that we made for La Scala in Milan in 2011. We made 480 costumes in 60 working days. Not working days, in 60 days, including Saturday and Sunday. And so we were more than 60 people working. From the sketches of the costume designer, we have to create the pattern and find the fabrics and dye the fabrics and make everything, paint the costume, and so it can be nice. And then I show you how does it work, our archive that we use inside our company, where we have all the information for, there we have 78,000 costume archived, and then what we can have online, because it's a little part of this, because it's very difficult for us to show in the best way our items, our product, and the great problem of this is the pictures, to make the pictures in the dummies, and so understand how to make this. we begin with the video. What we used to do every day. And so here is our work is for rent. So when we finish a costume that you see is like an opera art, un'opera d'arte, you have to take care of this when it comes back to our stock. you have to put in the right position and let to everybody can rent another time, sometimes Teatro Argentina, sometimes other kind of theater, sometimes costume designer or stylist, even stylists that want to try inspiration for the future collection that a lot of important brand of high fashion used to come to visit our archive for understand the next collection for fashion. Okay. Here is we have an archive that we can use, of course, in different situations, and this is the how we manage our archive in our company. And then I will show you how we used to work with the in internet. So we have a website that is called Anna Mode Costumes, and e-costumes is the place where you can have all these kind of items that you can find for different period. Of course, our work start from a period. So you have to find, I don't know, you have to make a Robin Hood of Russell Crowe, where we rent 1,200 costumes, more or less. You have to go in the period that you need, and you can find, I don't know, 18th century, and you can find, if does it work, you can find the costume of the period 18th century. Every costume has pictures, the code, of course here. Next week, and in 1 month, we will have another website. So now this is a little old, but it works. You can have different languages. I don't know, in Greek. And in this way, you can have the pictures, understand the back, understand everything of these costumes. But to arrive in this, you can select. If you want man or woman and everything. Okay. This is what is out from our company. Inside the company, we manage everything with this, and every item has a code. In our code, we have all the information about the costumes, the kind of costume. So if it's ABBA is over of ethnic. This is an ABBA. Or you can have all these kind of items. So you can find everything. Obi, that is a Japanese that you use for the kimono, or all the items that you can try to find in our stock. And interesting that you can find different. You can find a different kind of match. So you can have, I don't know, the period that is different of epoch, because for us the period is more different years that are in, I don't know, the 50s start from 48 until 56. 57, because then change the style of the costumes, no? So you can find I don't know, 80-40 only for women. Okay, so here we have all the information of the item. Here, where is located in our stock. Here, if you have information about more information, I don't know, it depends if you have an original label inside, because sometimes you have even modern, more modern items. So you have Valentino, you have Armani or something else. And here you have all the information about the historical information. So when it was made, who was the costume designer or the that was made, who made that costumes. We made the costume, but there is the costume designer that used to design the costume. So here we call autore, but is who designed the costume. Here we have all the, if it was born for cinema, for theater, for, depends, and everything. Okay. If you want to research, I don't know, here you can have different kind of research, more strict, I don't know how to say. I don't know if you want to have the actor of Lauren. We have 28 items that contain the name Lauren. And here you have all the dress that we made for I don't know, or the actress that there is Lauren inside. It can be even Lorena, but not only Sophia Loren, no, of course. But sometimes, like in this way, this was the dress that we made for Sophia Loren in Questi Fantasmi in 1968. Piero Tosi was the costume designer, and so here you have all the information. And here, if you have some accessories that need to be for complete the costumes, so in this case the crown, and where is located? So it's in our archive, because we have in Anna Mode we have two different situations. One is more commercial, that is the one that you see in the online, but in 2010, we established a foundation with my aunt, and the foundation that is recognized in a national way from our government, protect all the information, protect all the original dress and costume that we made in this in our 73 years of life. And so in our archive, we can have this kind of costumes, not only for actress, but you can see in this case even original. Original from 18th century, the most antique that we have. Now, I don't know if you want to speak with me about this, and it's important. Okay, it's important. This for the foundation was established for let people, students, and everybody know about the story of fashion and costume. So we have different students who came all over the world to study our costumes, and the importance can be to have a museum or something like this that in Italy is very difficult to have. But
yeah, I had just two very factual questions about your website. On the previous view of your website, what does autentico mean? What's that item? And tipologia importante. What is this?
In which one?
In the former one.
not in the website, but in the here.
Yes, come here.
Here I can. Of course, here is in Italian because it's what we use in Italiano.
It's not Italian.
Here we have the item.
It's just what does it mean? What's
Yes, I tell you. Here you have the item.
Yeah.
The item is belt. Okay. Here is composizione of how many pieces does need for. Genere is woman or man. Typologia is important, popular is simple, because in our kind of work, when we make a movie, because it's for us, of course, when we make a movie, when a costume designer or a producer asks us some costume for different type of scene in the movie, you have the poor, the borghesi, the normal people, or nobles. And so you have different, different kind. But social was very difficult to, because at the beginning when I began and I tried to translate this in archive like this that you can manage. Important, you can even in the different period of this history. The important could be not only the evening, but even during the day, the nobles used to wear even in an important way. Or poor peasant is for, so poor peasant you can use from medieval and ancient Roman to nowadays. No? I don't know, I can show you. And the other question was? Authentic is original. Original. Yes.
Because those are your archives, so you have several copies of that. That's
we have we have original costumes, original dress, and costume that we made in 70 years. But the original dress, we have original.
Okay, so
the most original. I'm sorry.
It's the original is the one you actually did for the show, and copies are for.
No, the original intent that was made in 70th century.
Okay, so you have some of those.
Is like a museum.
Okay, you
yes,
have some of
the foundation. Yes, in the foundation in our archive. Now I don't know why it doesn't work anymore, but.
Scusi, signor, just one brief question. Is it just do you cover all sorts of theatrical genres, or just opera, drama, etc.?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Sorry, it's my accent.
No, it's my problem
no,
of my English. Not it's yours.
It's okay. It's first of all, this is an amazing archive, amazing costume collection you have. My question was, do you just cover a specific theatrical genre, or do you spread to every genre in theatre? So do you cover opera, drama, dance?
Everything.
Everything?
Even dancing or...
Do you have any original ballet costumes from historical Italian productions?
All over the world.
Wow.
We can make, now we made an opera in Onegin in Dallas Opera, or Traviata in Tokyo. Depends all over. You don't have, but not only opera or theater, even musical, or we can make anything, because it's an artistic way of make. It's not an industry, so you can cover a lot of kind of, from socks to hats, we can make everything, corset and everything. We are more specialized in costume for movie, so recreate exactly the same style of the period. This is what we are more specialized in the last period, but we can do anything. Ok.
Grazie.
Yeah. Sì?
Is it possible the research on the customer designer, for example, Piero Tosi?
Period?
Piero Tosi on your website?
In my website, no.
Okay.
If you want to find the, if you want to have the research from the costume designer, no.
Okay.
And now, I don't know what you spoke before about the chain, com'era quello di prima? Il blockchain or something like this. But the real question that I had when I began this was how many information you can give to everybody in the world to have I don't know, it's difficult because in a way you want to let everybody know everything, but in another way you don't want to let everybody know everything because you have to take care to your property, to your story, to your everything, no? Because maybe you can, I don't know, if you can have different costume made, but important for costume design that can be copied in a very easy way. No easy way, but if you have everything. Now we take, at the beginning in the website we had even a very important zoom inside that you can see everything. Now we take off this. But even inside the company there are different kind of punti di vista.
Point of view.
Different point of view even inside our company, because somebody want to let know everything, somebody else know, and so. And so the other thing important of this is that you can have I don't know, this one is made for Piero Tosi, even this one is lento. Okay, even this one was made by Piero Tosi per Tre Passi nel Delino e per Fellini. Okay, and the nice is that you can have even all the information, because this is in our archive, and the archive we use only for exhibition, or yes, more or less for exhibition. In this case, now these items went to an exhibition, and here you have the history of where it was used in this last 20 years, because we began in 1998 with this, and so it was in Turkish, in Los Angeles, now there is a fashion that we started yesterday in Santa Severa of Dominella, of Gattinoni, that made and Angels and Demon is an exhibition that started yesterday, and now it's there. So if you want to see these costumes, it's there in the exhibition.
Thank you so much.
Ok, and poi lascio la parola anche a loro, se no diventa... Finisco un attimo e poi mi ripassate. Finisco un secondo solo. I finish my... Just to let you... I would like to show you how... okay, costume house is for commercial, okay. Then we have the foundation. The foundation have original dress, original items, and this takes another kind of conservation, because in that kind the stock is more dynamic, so costume designer enter and can change, understand it, and rent, and in the archive is more protect like a museum. So you have metti a presentazione, please. Sì, quello più specifico.
Io volevo ricordare che con Simone ci siamo conosciuti un po' di tempo fa, quando nel 2010 è entrato alla fondazione al progetto ECLAP portato dentro da me, e il suo sito, le sue schede non erano queste,
No, andiamo, ovviamente.
esisteva sua zia, the aunt Teresa Allegri, che voleva a tutti i costi, attraverso la memoria, ricordare i vari capi, le varie cose che aveva creato perché non fossero dimenticate. Quindi rispetto ad allora il lavoro che hai fatto
È stata
Simone,
un'evoluzione,
è stato,
ovviamente.
e tutta la produzione, sì, però è stato un grosso
No, dico, c'è
lavoro.
stata un'evoluzione, ovviamente I'm the third generation, so my aunt and my grandmother that began everything at the last part of their life. I want, for respect, to let stay them inside the company even when they could work anymore with the commercial way. So I asked her to create a foundation. And every item, so she used to go around our stock, take one costumes, and understand all the history of that costume. And so she found that was made for Liza Minnelli, for that costume designer, and with assistant try to find the real movie, the pictures of the movie of the costumes, an important history that I couldn't find anymore without her, because now it's impossible to have. Here are some dress of our foundation. So this is, I don't know, this is original 1910. This is 1960 when my grandmother began with the fashion, so the beginning. And so this is all original, or even in this way, this is original, a Worth corset of Worth. This is original 80-30. And then we have to conserve in a cover, not in plastic, because you have a great problem with the humidity in plastic, so you have a cotton that you have every time change. And this is a small part of the archive. The different kind of color is if you can rent for study, or for exhibitions. The red one can go out from our archive because are too important. When are very fragile, you have to put in a boxes, and you have to put the paper acid free, because you have to take care in a different way. I don't know, the umbrella you have to take care open, because if you close the umbrella, the fabric, when you open it will be destroy everything. This is the scheda that my grandmother made, Teresa made before our, this is the bags, and this is the history. Okay. Bene.
So this looks very interesting, and I think some people here would be passionate about having access to all these documentation. You probably have heard about the vision Donatella presented, and the name of the conference is Open Data, Open Access. So what is your take on opening up the data, opening up the content? Under what licenses are these pictures made available?
Here is everything open.
Okay, so we can start uploading them on Wikimedia Commons tonight? Do you have
No, I don't understand,
copyright?
sorry.
So you're saying it's openly licensed?
Yes.
So Creative Commons, what license are you applying to the pictures?
To create something that...
no, the question is what license, what copyright license do you apply to the pictures when you publish them online?
There isn't a copyright.
Sure, there's copyright.
The copyright is my pictures,
Exactly.
but not the copyright of the the items. In fashion, it's very difficult to find the copyright of the items in fashion. Huh?
So you're saying your creations are public domain?
My creation now is public domain, and that's what I was telling you before, how many creation I want to let the world see our creation.
It's
because
not about
it's a double.
seeing, it's about reuse. Open data is about reusing data and content. So are you allowing us to upload these pictures to Wikimedia Commons so we can show them on Wikipedia?
This is a question that I was telling you before. Is a different two kind of vision in our company, because for us it's important that the same pictures go around, because it's important for us that everybody knows us. Okay, it's very important to have a network of information that can go around, and so that everybody in the world knows that if they need a costume for a kind of period for a movie, can come to Anna Mode and visit Anna Mode.
Yeah, I got that.
Eh?
I understood that, but I'm not sure whether this is a, well...
No, yes, I know. No, I understand.
It's not open data. So
I understand very
call,
well. No, I understand very well, but
open if it's not open.
Okay, but if you want to make a costume inspired to medieval costumes, in internet you find everything. It's not exactly my costume. I don't know if you can understand it, but you have so many information in the internet now that is not. Nobody can copy only my costumes. You can find the information all over costumes, all over internet. And so it's difficult to...
So my concrete question was, is your metadata and are your images freely licensed? So it's a very easy question in my mind. So, and the answer, I'm not sure to understand what the answer was.
Non ho mica capito.
Lui sta dicendo se, per quanto riguarda la metadatazione,
sì?
No? E i dati, se appunto gli interessava sapere se una volta che queste immagini girano per internet,
sì?
se queste immagini poi a un certo punto, non avendo il copyright, chiunque lo può utilizzare, se tu sei d'accordo in una condivisione di questo.
Sì, ho risposto.
Okay.
For me,
the answer is no. Okay.
No, this answer, I think that's the answer, but I think even the question and the answer is that for me, it's open now, it's okay. This, I think, yeah.
Okay, for you, it's okay. Okay.
Now
fine.
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
That's incredible, but.
Well, I'm not sure, but it's incredible. It's kind of normal, but it's also the final workshop of a conference about open data.
Is conflicted with open data? No. I'm sorry, my English, when it's so technical I can't understand. Se qualcuno in italiano me lo spiega meglio, io non l'ho capito. Sì?
È quello che ti ho detto io.
Sì? No, c'è solo un watermark. There is only a watermark that you can take off, of course, if you are a good. It's only that one.
Lo può fare?
Sì.
Sì, l'ha detto, ma
Sì.
infatti lui, Simone, l'ha capito. Sì, sì, ha detto di sì. Perché tanto
In this, now, yeah, in this way, yes. Now, in this way, yes. I don't know.
By Anna Mod.
Potenzialmente sì, certo. Io ho cercato di mettere un watermark. I tried to put a watermark. No, but I understand what you. But it's very difficult for us to take a copyright of everything, because of course, we are a costume house, so we are not so specialized in this field. No, so this is why even it's important to match technical person that used to make this for work and the company that try to open the archive in the world. For us now, we have, with the technical that we have our server that is inside. There is an area, Samba area, where we put the pictures that goes in another place in nearby room, and then you can see all over, but maybe we can speak about, and then we can have a copyright of everything.
Gassi, another question about your work, Simon. And I was asking earlier if you have original historical costumes. Does your company, have you ever been tasked with reconstructing or restoring costume designs from an original production from years back? Is that ever something you've been commissioned to do?
Tiki. Sì, sì, certo. Ma lavorano così loro.
We used to work in this way. We used to work in this way because the beginning of our work is when my grandmother started. They didn't have the book of pattern and everything, so they found and they buy in authentic place original dress that they used to copy. And the costume designer, if you have an original one, the one that we have in the foundation, they use for model, for recreate something for, I don't know, for Sofia Coppola, Marie Antoinette. We made the costume for Marie Antoinette, or Cinderella, or The Beauty and the Beast, or now Aladdin. Yeah. So we make this kind of movie using the original items that we have.
My question comes from my field I'm involved in. I'm an independent ballet historian. What we've been seeing since 1999 are the reconstructions of original productions using costume and decors from the 19th century. So obviously there are things that have to be avoided, materials have changed, etc. But what we see are the restorations of designs taken from original costume designs found in the archives of St. Petersburg or Paris, etc. And so I'm curious if that's ever something that your company has ever embarked on.
Mi serve sempre il traduttore a me, scusatemi, ma se non capisco bene la domanda, chi mi aiuta?
Per quello che ho capito, penso che lei stia dicendo che praticamente che questi abiti originali.
I'm sorry, but my English is not so good in the listening, so I have to understand better the question.
It's all right. My accent.
Voleva sapere praticamente se questi costumi che possono essere originali nel momento in cui tu li metti in
li ricrei?
Possono essere attaccati da parassiti, così ho capito io, se sono protetti i costumi originali.
The answer is if the original costumes can have problem with the animals.
Conservation. Problem of the conservation.
Well, in many cases, what we've seen in these reconstructions of classical ballets, because materials have
can be destroyed.
Bene, sì, ho capito. Cioè, lei praticamente come fai a ricostruire quando quei materiali praticamente
non esistono più?
Certi tipi di materiali magari non resistono più.
Ma depends on the costume. If you can even find all over the world different kind of costume for different kind of situations. So for ballet, of course, you have to find more leggeri, more
tonk, no,
leggeri, come si dice?
Tonk,
light, more light fabric or light embroidering, light if you can paint, so you can.
Possiamo andare. Ok, grazie.
Thank you very much, but I think it's better if we go on. with I introduce Silvia Capasino. Yes, Silvia Capasino works in Teatro Argentina, and now she.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
She shows the side. The Argentina Teatro Argentina side. Teatro di Roma. Sorry.
Hi everybody. Yes, I work at Teatro di Roma, Teatro Argentina. Teatro Argentina is one of the venues we have. At present, we have 2 permanent venues, Teatro Argentina, an old theater, l'Italiana, built, I think, in 1732. It was inaugurated. And another theater, very interesting, it's Teatro India. And during these last years, Teatro di Roma, founded in 1964, has public theater, became in 2014 the National Theater of Rome. This means that the role of a theater like this is to run seasons made up productions and hospitality and any kind of activities related to performing arts, workshops and conference and other stuff. So my job is to take care of these aspects, all the cultural activities related to performing arts, not exactly production and hospitality. And this theater, when was founded, was directly linked to the public administration of the city of Rome in the 60s and 70s of the last century. But around the 90s, what happened is that as an important changes in the organization at the high level. This was I'm telling this thing because in that very year, in 91 more or less, what happens is that all the documents were lost. So when in 92, 94 we decided to put together the history of our theater, we had to start from the very beginning to find everything, to find the playbill, pictures, everything was possible to find. And this is the reason for which in the year between 94 and 2004, we had 10 years in which we tried to collect everything could tell the story of our theater. And you have to imagine that a theater so closely linked to the administration and to the politics in Rome and in Italy tells a story made up a lot of directions, director, actors, text, orders. Take into account that our theater is a drama theater, so you can imagine that we are telling a story about the story of the theater, and somehow the story of the theater in our city, the story of the theater in Rome. This was the reason for which, when we decided to organize an archive in our theater, we had, in the meantime, the problem to collect the physical documents and to start immediately, somehow, a catalog online. The first year was not online, but we decided to tell the story of our theater as the story of the theater of Rome. In a sort of democratic way, we decided from the very first moment to give to the audience, to the citizen, to the scholars, to the everybody, the opportunity to look inside our theater. obviously, to do all these things together, it was not easy. And it was not easy, first of all, because for a theater, which core business is to produce theater, is to produce performance, is not to organize an archive, is not to organize the memory. It's a story made of a lot of movement of documents from one theater to another with a huge lack of information. And what is possible to find in this moment in our website is, in our opinion, still very far from what we would like to give to who is going to start a travel in Teatro di Roma. I'll try to show you which could be at present our research page in Centro Studi e Documentazione del Teatro di Roma, in the archive of Teatro di Roma. Grazie. Posso vado? No. Studi, grazie mille. Vado con questo, perfetto. Okay, the center, the archive page is totally embedded in the website of Teatro di Roma. Okay, yes, you can see. As I told you, Teatro di Roma is a theater that each year produces more than 8-10 new productions and perform in space. Take into account that in the very last 2-3 years, the City of Rome decided to organize a system of theater so that Teatro di Roma runs not only the 2 permanent venues that I described before, but also other 3-4 theaters in Rome. So the season is huge, and we have a lot of performances of which we should give information on our website, and not only during the running season, but also as a memory of this theater. So we can't be in time every time. So in this moment, you can see the website of Teatro di Roma and the Centro Studi page. On the Centro Studi page, you can go to the research, and in the research, now I will go to see one name. I write Pina Bausch. Pina Bausch is not, it's well known, but it's just to show you one thing. You can see that the record that we can see has 2 different colors, gray and orange. This is the reason, the choice that at a certain moment we had to make. The problem was that we had a lot of documents. We can put together, we can aggregate them under the name of a show, of a performance, a single performance, but sometimes we knew that a performance was realized by our theater or in our theater, but we didn't have any documents. This was the reason for which we decided to create a record that in some way is not correct from a library, according to the library rules. We have records that don't represent anything, not a document, but a show. So with the orange record, we have just the information about the show. If we have other documents, we can, and this is not the case, for instance, but in this case, we have the information about the show, no, neanche in questo, e nel prossimo. Non ho fatto una buona scelta. I didn't do the good choice. Andiamo qua. Let's see. Okay. In this case, we are in an Aminta by Tasso. We have the first part of the record is related to the show, but we can see all the documents related to that show. This was the only way for us to solve the problem. Probably now there are a lot of different and more effective solution. This is the reason for which in this moment we are working on a renewal of our website. We would like to have a more attractive website and more effective, because despite the fact that there is the problem of right of authors for everything we have in our archive, obviously, during the years we decide to put in each contract of our artist some clause that allows us to keep the memory of the documents or the pictures, and we solve somehow the problem, not totally, because we still have a lot of right of authors issues to be solved. And this is the reason for which at present you can just see the metadata, not the document in our website. We, in around 2004, 2007, we started to transform in digital format more or less all the documents we have. The video, take into account that we started to record our performance, our production in 1994, 1995. Since then, we started to have a lot of format, and so in the last year, we decided to put in digital format all the videos, an important number of the pictures, an important number of the playbills we had in our archive. This means a huge number of digital documents that we have to manage, we have to to work on. But it's very difficult. It's a huge amount of things to do that I have to state again. This is not our core business. So this is the reason for which in this moment it's important to talk to the university and to work together somehow, because my job is to organize a lot of things every day, and there are specialists, scientists and engineers that works on these specific aspects. We need the help, the support of this specialist, and also we need, and I hope that in the future it could be a sort of idea with universities in Rome to work on this archive also for the students, because I think that in our archives there are material for an enormous number of a huge number of researchers and a lot of aspects of the history of the theater of the last years in Italy. I think this is important. This is important because we have in Rome 3 universities, and each of them has a specific courses in performing arts, and for us to give to the students material to work on research is what we prefer, is our main idea for our archive. So in this sense, I think that I don't know if a professional aspects could be foreseen, but for sure something like workshop dedicated in the history of theater in an archive like ours. Let me say that this archive is also important, obviously, also for our job, because for us it's a sort of database of our work of every day. We have a lot of text, we have everything there. And also this catalog online, despite the fact that it's not attractive with pictures or things like this, for us it's essential, because it's very, very important to know if for instance, a performance was already performed in our theater or not, as it's obvious. Let me say, I would like to finish with something that I know very well in Italian, but in English I have to read. It's a sort of sentence that we use, a quote by Peter Brook, that for us it's at the basis of our work. And it's this, that when in an African village, when a storyteller comes to the end of his tale, he places the palm of his hand on the ground and says, I put my story down here so that someone else may take it up another day. And I think that this is what leads us to keep in our job, despite the fact that it is not exactly the core business of our theater. Thank you. If you have any question, I'm here.
I suggest to listen Valeria, who works now in Teatro di Roma, and then the answer and questions.
I'm going to tell my personal experience of a student and now young worker. So I'm sorry, but I prefer tell it in Italian. Ci sono degli studenti. Sì. Studiate arti dello spettacolo o vi occupate di altro? Allora, scusate, ma vi utilizzerò come diciamo meta del mio discorso. Guarderò anche gli altri. Io mi sono laureata all'Università di Tor Vergata, laurea triennale specialistica con la professoressa Donatella Gavrilovic. La mia laurea specialistica è frutto di un'esperienza all'estero presso la Queen's University di Kingston con il professor Donato Santeramo, grazie al quale ho avuto la possibilità di approfondire la ricezione italiana e canadese dell'opera Il Gabbiano di Anton Chekhov. Terminati gli studi, mi sono trovata in un momento di disorientamento totale. Non sapevo cosa fare praticamente con quei 5 anni di studio universitario. Sono stata molto fortunata perché proprio subito dopo la laurea specialistica ho risposto ad una call in un teatro romano che si occupa di teatroterapia per persone disabili e che cercava una figura che si occupasse di organizzazione. Mi sono buttata in questa esperienza e ho fatto bene, perché ho scoperto che quella era la mia strada. Dopo 2 anni di lavoro presso questo teatro ho sentito l'esigenza di approfondire quello che per me era un mestiere che avevo intrapreso senza però delle conoscenze pregresse, che avevo imparato a fare più che altro andando a naso, a fiuto, e cercando di prendere qualcosa dalle altre persone che vedevo lavorare in quell'ambiente. Per rendere possibile questo mio desiderio ho risposto alla call di Torno Subito, non so se avete presente, si tratta di un progetto della Regione Lazio che permette a giovani under 35 di intraprendere un percorso di formazione che poi li avvicini al mondo del lavoro. Grazie al Torno Subito ho frequentato un master in imprenditoria dello spettacolo presso l'Università di Bologna e ho avuto la grandissima opportunità di svolgere 2 tirocini, uno presso Emilia Romagna Teatro, Bologna-Modena, e uno presso il Teatro di Roma. Entrambi sono dei teatri nazionali, quindi delle realtà esplose sotto i punti di vista degli specifici ambiti che vanno a toccare e che mi hanno permesso di confrontarmi con una mole molto grande di professionalità differenti e che svolgono la loro professione al massimo della loro forza, anche perché gli è richiesto di occuparsi di settori molto specifici che però vengono raccordati da quello che è l'ente teatrale stesso. Per quanto riguarda il tirocinio presso il Teatro di Roma, io l'ho svolto presso l'ufficio produzione. L'ufficio produzione è un ufficio che ha il compito di impegnare le sue risorse presso quelli che sono degli spettacoli frutto di un investimento del teatro stesso. Presso il Teatro di Roma ho avuto la fortuna di seguire l'allestimento dello spettacolo Un nemico del popolo di Massimo Popolizio e di affiancare il lavoro dell'amministratrice di compagnia che si è occupata dello spettacolo. Il lavoro dell'amministratrice di compagnia è un lavoro di raccordo molto intenso tra l'ufficio produzione e la compagnia intesa come personale artistico e personale tecnico. È una figura che segue giornalmente lo spettacolo, dalle prove all'allestimento, alla messa in scena e anche i mesi successivi alla messa in scena, perché intorno a uno spettacolo con 14 artisti ruota un mondo di amministrazione, di contrattualistica e anche di rapporti umani, perché nel momento in cui si lavora per mesi e mesi a contatto con un gruppo stabile di persone, si crea inevitabilmente un rapporto che non può essere solo lavorativo, quindi c'è bisogno anche di una certa propensione a interagire con gli altri, a creare empatia. Tramite questa esperienza, come vi avevo già accennato, ho avuto la possibilità di confrontarmi con delle maestranze che conoscevo ma che non avevo mai avuto modo di sperimentare, come ad esempio la figura del costumista, la figura della sarta di scena, quella dell'attrezzista, il light designer, il sound designer, lo scenografo, l'amministratore di compagnia, come vi dicevo, il fonico, l'elettricista, il macchinista, insomma tutto ciò che noi quando andiamo a teatro non abbiamo la possibilità di vedere sul palcoscenico, ma che è quasi sempre molto più ampio di quello che poi va in scena, quindi un vero e proprio mondo. Questo intervento ha come scopo da parte mia quello di dare un suggerimento a ragazzi che come me si stanno avvicinando al lavoro nel mondo dello spettacolo. Io sono ancora in stage presso il Teatro di Roma, quindi mi sento presa totalmente in causa. E quello che posso dirvi è quello di tentare di non precludervi nulla, di prendere le varie opportunità che vi possono capitare senza pregiudizio, perché nel mondo dello spettacolo più cose si provano, più esperienze si fanno, più ambiti si conoscono e meglio è, perché fare un mestiere nel mondo del teatro chiede spesso e volentieri quello di immedesimarsi con il mestiere degli altri, quindi è bene avere un'idea generale e anche completa e complessa di quello che è tutto l'assetto lavorativo. Vi racconto per concludere un aneddoto. Qualche giorno fa ho ascoltato una dichiarazione di una famosa regista italiana che consigliava ai giovani di essere coraggiosi. A questo punto, vicino a me, era seduta una bravissima sarta di scena che si è infervorata ascoltando questo consiglio e ha commentato dicendo che i giovani che si avvicinano al mondo dello spettacolo coraggiosi già lo sono. Quello che invece dovrebbe fare la differenza sono le competenze. Quindi noi dovremmo, piuttosto che essere coraggiosi, già lo siamo, essere competenti. Grazie.
Brava. Answer, questions? Any answer? Okay. Thank you very much for attending this conference. And thank you, Silvia Capasino, Simone Bessi, and Valeria Gaveglia, and all the participants. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again in another collaboration or conference in other part of the world or in Rome too. Thank you.